nothing short of impressive. I'll tell you why. Um, Sayo is now back in Hokkaido. Of course, she tagged Yoshida along. Okay, then probably for the first time, Yoshida has been relaxing. Okay, remember guys, he's been working non-stop for the past few years na yata. And well, he really needs the R&R. And well, Sayo gets relaxed too. But but in this one particular scene, she had to break into her old high school and face probably the biggest fear of her life. The rooftop of the main building kung saan nagpakamatay si Yuko, yung una niyang best friend. Well, she was the one who saw it all. After all, talagang that's traumatizing even to adults. All right, to actually see someone kill herself. Yep. Whether you're a complete stranger or someone related to the victim, that is traumatizing. Okay. So well, she did that because she wanted to work up the courage to really face her mother, probably look her in the eye. So final scene, nasa bahay na sila. Sinalubungan siya ng sampal ng nanay niya. To everyone's surprise, especially si Yoshida. That's how you end an episode with a tense moment. Remember guys, this is a drama anime. Overall, it's a good episode. Alright, it's a good episode. The pacing is well, I expected this kind of a pace. Alright, but the final scene, yep, hindi ako na-orient doon. Okay, hindi ako na-orient doon. Suddenly the pace goes at an all-time high with that slapping incident. Right, just gives you an idea of how inconsiderate Sayu's mother is. Right. So yeah, the pacing of this episode was well, somewhat expected, but I'm not saying that the pacing was bad. Right, the pacing was expected but good. Right, and what a way for Sayu to work up some courage. She really had to end that fear of hers, which well, she did the right thing here. Although yeah, she did some breaking and entering. Since she is no longer a student of that school, what she did was trespassing. Right, Yoshida actually reminded her of that. Now the flow, well, first gear shift is when Sayu told her brother to drive them to her old high school. Right, so I thought, what's she gonna do there? Ano gagawin niya dun? Right, napaisip talaga ako. Right, and well, if it weren't for that gear shift, she probably never would have faced her biggest fear like that. And kaya pala nagpasama siya kay Yoshida, because she was going to do that. For her, it's probably the best way to work up some courage to face before facing her mom. Well, we all know what happened in the final scene. But anyway, final gear shift is of course the final scene. Okay, so with these two gear shifts, I am very sure these will play a role in the final 2 episodes of this anime. Ang lakas kaya ng pagkakasampal ng nanay niya sa kanya. Wow. Alright. I heard that really good. Talagang narinig na talaga ng mga tinga ko yun. Okay. Even I was shocked. Okay. So, yeah, like I said a while ago, those 2 gear shifts will be a factor in the final 2 episodes. Right? So, plot, well, yeah, malinis ang plot because it totally focused on Sayu facing her biggest fear. Right? Of course, with some help from Yoshida, assuring her that, well, she's blaming herself for Yuko's death. But inexplain na mabuti talagang isinaksak talaga ni Yoshida sa isip niya that it's all in the past. Right? It is not her fault. Okay? And he also assured Sayu that her friend is trying to tell her to smile. Right? Despite everything that's happened, he was sure that Yuko is smiling down on her, so to speak. Okay, so talagang with a little pep talk from, of course, from Yoshida, she was able to say goodbye to Yuko and vowed someday that she's gonna find a way to make Yuko smile again. Right? A very touching moment. Okay, you can say the plot was so clean. You really had to acknowledge the empowering moments that this episode showed us. Okay. Well, seeing someone kill herself or himself is it's not easy. Right? Dala mo na yun sigurado habang buhay. It might even give you nightmares sometimes. But unless you face that fear, it will never go away. Tama naman ang message na ini-impart ng episode na to. And after all, hindi naman ikaw yung nagpakamatay eh. Okay? Hindi mo dapat pabigatin ang konsensya mo. Okay? If there's anything to blame, thinking of the episode, if there's anything to blame here, it should be the ones that bullied Yuko. The bullies are the ones who should be blamed for this. Kasi kung wala nang bully, wala magpapakamatay. That's the bottom line of this episode. So talagang they have raised awareness to bullying again this anime, and it's a really good thing. Not only are the victim's family is affected here, but the people around the victim. So in this case, si Sayu. All right. It's the number one reason why she ran away. She ran away as far from Hokkaido as possible, ayan. Until she ended up in Yoshida's apartment. Okay. Kung walang bullying, hindi mag-alaya si Sayu. Diba? Tama ba ako mga ka-lifestyle? Comment below. So, another great episode from this anime. Wow. Talk about what you call this? Delivering the goods when it mattered the most. Okay. Strong candidate for most improved anime of this year. Okay. Its only rival right now is Godzilla Singular Point. Yeah, I might give an award for that, but I'll think it over. So, Higehiro episode 11. Empowering. Why did I say that? Well, simple. Because, well, Higehiro has been raising awareness about bullying for probably 3 or 4 episodes now. Yeah, we really have to raise awareness about bullying. I myself have been bullied just once, right? In my sophomore year in high school. But hindi na naulit yun kasi, well, people around here during that time are scared of my dad. So I had that working to my advantage. But my dad eventually told me that, well, you gotta learn to stop the bullying yourself. You gotta stand up. You gotta man up. And, well, eventually I learned. And I've never been bullied ever since. Okay, but there are people who don't have right now, who don't have parents such as mine during those times, and they don't have the mental fortitude like I have now against bullying. So yeah, if you see, well, public service message from yours truly, if you see someone being bullied, the first thing you should do is to tell the bullies to knock it off. Well, if they ask, what are you gonna do? Just tell them you don't wanna know. Right? But if they still insist, well, if you can, defend the victim. Right? Wag nyo nang itawag ang principal. Well, that's what I would do. Kaya mag-away kami. Para kami principal's office. Doon ko siya ilalaglag. You get what I'm saying? But if you want the non-violent way of taking down those bullies, do not hesitate to call, if you're a student, okay, do not hesitate to call the nearest teacher, right? Do not hesitate to call someone of authority, okay, the nearest person of authority. Kung alam nyo hindi nyo kaya ang mga bully na yun, right? That's my non-violent tip for you guys, mga ka-lifestyle. Remember that, and you can save a victim's life. And of course, well, no bullies will be around if there's a good number of people of you gathered in one place. Tandaan nyo, there is strength in numbers. Okay, the more friends the victim has, the less likely he or she will have suicidal thoughts. Right? Kaya, when it comes to bullying, okay, be sensitive, be empathic. Right? Be empathic for the victim. Don't go on blame mode. Don't go on blame mode. But if the victim is in real danger, You either call the closest person of authority or face those bullies yourself. Okay, protect the victim. Alright. So again, Higehiro, episode 11. Well, like Dear Eternity episode 10, this episode also deserves another mic drop. Two thumbs up. A socially conscious two thumbs up mga lifestyle. So, title of the next episode has been teasered. And with one B-roll from it. Well, looks like Yoshida and Sayo are going to face Sayo's mother together. Yun ang nakikita ko based on the B-roll of this, the B-roll for the next episode. But like I've been always saying to you guys, do not trust teasers. Just wait for next week and watch the next episode. Total matatapos lang Higehiro eh. Pagtyagaan nyo na. Right? Here's another empowering episode. Malay nyo, that one's another empowering episode. Wow! Wow! The battle between Fushi and what is greater now calls the Knockers rages on. Tumulong Goku helped in a little big way. What do I mean by this? Well, you guys remember the liquor he stores in his stomach because he got experimented on by Boostman? Well, that was the one that saved Fushi. The Knockers did not expect this kind of help. Okay? Nagmisto lang human flamethrower si Goku sa episode na to. Tang ina lupit. I had to ASMR na kasi talagang it was a WTF moment in the episode when he literally set this knocker on fire while it was in giant bear mode. So it was 10 times taller than him when he came back with all that boost inside his artificial stomach. Then wow, right? With the way he defeated this knocker, he can actually burn a house down. Okay, he can actually burn a house down with this new skill of his. And well, eventually, yeah, he saves Fushi. Galing ni Goku. And you thought he was a puny, worthless bastard. No. Even the creator was impressed with him. Although, of course, only Fushi can see the creator. Right? Only Fushi can see his creator in High Team. Yeah. And I never knew Fushi had a reset button. Ginanon. I'll just explain later, okay? Final scene. It's been 4 years since that attack. And well, looks like Fushi's going to get his share of growing pains kasi he already has facial hair on his chin and he's, well, somewhat complaining that to Goku. Si Goku naman, macho, right? He can easily pass off as a, what you call this, well, let's just say Gogo is now a muscle-bound freak. Alright? He's more intimidating than before. He looks more intimidating than before. Right? Well, one thing's guaranteed. He isn't puny anymore. Grabe. Ganun na siya ngayon. Alright? Overall, it's a fucking good episode. Alright? Now, when it comes to the pace, talagang superb ang pacing ng episode na to. Especially how they transition from 4 years ago to now. Hindi nila pinakita agad yung mga itsura nila Gogo at ni Fushi. I love the way they transitioned that. Right? It takes good pacing to accomplish that piece of art. Okay? It's a work of art, the transition. I truly am a sucker for such transitions. Okay, yung mga 4 years later na ganun na itsura, yung dahan-dahan lang. Alright, of course, well, the battle scene, nope, hindi nyo pwede dahan-dahan yan. No cannot be barawan. Not in a million years. Alright, the knockers are merciless. They will do anything to kill Fushi. But they were almost successful until Gogo came with the the most impressive assist so far this spring 2021. Right? Giant bear form yung knocker. He was able to burn that thing down. Talagang sinilaban niya talaga ng tuluyan. Then Fushi's essence came out of it, and well, Fushi went back to rock mode until his creator intervened, pressed on that rock. He's Fushi again. Walang yaka creator. May reset button pala si Fushi. Hindi mo ngayon lang namin nalaman. Wow. That goes to show you how OP Fushi is. I don't care if this is a drama anime or a sci-fi anime. The fact that he can be reset just like that, yep, makes him an OP main pro tag. And the pacing showcased that. Alright. Yeah, of course he can also adapt. It's been 4 years and siguro mga more or less him and Gogo are in their teens now, but wow, look at Gogo. Wala nga pang Mr. Universe na yung katawan eh. Alright, he can easily qualify for Mr. Universe, right? He's been pumping iron these past 4 years. Grabe. And flow naman. Well, the first gear shift happened when Gogo had to rush back to the Boostman house. I wanna call it that. And well, he was literally asking for the shop's strongest wine. And if it weren't for that gear shift, hindi makakalata ni Joran kung ano nangyayari kay Fushi. No, she instantly gets it. She instantly gets it on why Gogo is acting this way. Kasi number 1, hindi niya kasama si Fushi. And number 2, Fushi is out there in that forest with God knows what. So talagang it totally sank in with Joran right away. Alright, second gear shift is of course Gogo's OP assist. Talagang bumilib ako kay Gogo rito. Right? That was quick thinking because it's also proof that Boostman's wines are that strong. Okay? Pag nagkamali ka, you can actually burn someone down. Ganon ka-flammable ang mga alak niya. Okay? Ganon his wines are that flammable. So, it was enough to take a knocker down, to completely burn a knocker down to ashes and save Fushi. And save Fushi from getting totally absorbed by this monstrosity. Right? Wow. The knockers are terrifying. They are absolutely terrifying. Akala, mantakin nyo ba naman? They will pierce you and take whatever skills you have and use that against you. Yep. They are scary as fuck. Alright? They are scary as fuck. And I'm glad Fushi has Gugu. Okay? Fushi has Gugu. And now that Gugu has now learned how to successfully protect his best friend. He now knows how. And he is now the first to know how to effectively beat the knockers. Takot pala sa apoy ang mga to eh. They are scared. They are scared shit of fire. Alright? So, Gugu's a walking flamethrower, and they do not want to mess with him again. After, it's been 4 years, and no attacks from the knockers. I guess, medyo nadadala pa sila kay Gugu. And as long as Gugu is by Fushi's side, they cannot touch Fushi. That's the way I see it here. Kaya tumagal ng 4 years yung katahimikan sa lugar nila. So I've explained too much of this gear shift. Okay, so final gear shift is of course the transition from 4 years ago to now. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to see both Gugu and Fushi grow as of course Fushi as humans, and of course their friendship has grown. I'm very sure of that. Okay, and of course Rin, dalagita na rin si Rin. Okay, of course she's part of the gang, and of course her occasional running away from home. Na tinatanong na lang siya ni Gugu eh, what is your excuse this time? So yeah, parang sanay na sila sa paglalayas ni Rin. Sanay na silang lahat. Mind you guys, it is now getting the hype it deserves. Right? As early as probably 4 episodes ago. Tama lang yun. Right? If you're an anime and you're currently airing and this is the only time you're getting the hype, yep, you're the real deal to me. Okay? You're the real deal to me. But isa lang masasabi ko sa plot, malinis. Good thing it carried over from the last episode. Kaya malinis ang plot. I got nothing to say. So like I said a while ago, it's another astounding episode from this anime. Talagang it deserves the hype it's now getting. So, to your eternity, episode 10. There may not be a lot of life lessons in this episode, but you just can't erase the fact that Fushi has learned a lot about friendship. Alright? he's learned a lot. Kasi, basically, in this plane of reality, you just cannot live alone all the time. You need people around you. You need a team around you. Just like Fushi. He's got Gugu, he's got Rin, he's got Joran. Okay, he still has Joran, and now, well, he has Boostman. Okay, that's his crew right now. That's his crew. And well, we're done with the first half of this anime's run. In case you've forgotten already, mga ka-lifestyle, To Your Eternity is a 20 episode run. So nakasampu na tayo. It's already the first half of the run, so we're done with it. So yeah, let me give you my temporary assessment of this anime. Awesome. You know, rarely does an anime combine sci-fi and drama like this. Right? Grabe ang story talaga ng To Your Eternity. And well, we're just only in the first half of its run, and this early, it's really impressive. Okay. Bilib ako sa anime na to. And I wouldn't mind now, it's far too early to actually recommend it to others, because you know me, guys, I don't recommend animes that I'm still currently reviewing. Siguro pagtapos na ang run ng To Your Eternity, that's when I'm gonna recommend it. All I can say is this anime is now getting the hype it deserves. And well, that's the normal process of things when it comes to anime. When you're a currently airing anime and you're receiving the hype just now, don't worry. I can consider you now as the real deal. Right? Because everything has fallen into place for you. Hindi ka hinipe. Like in the case of To Your Eternity, hindi naman hinipe ito eh. Bago nagsimula airing. This has been delayed since summer 2020. I was supposed to review this last summer, pero hindi tinuloy ng Brain Space ang airing. They moved it to fall. Then they moved it finally to spring 2021. Well, though it was well worth it. This is a great anime, although nakakalahati pa lang tayo sa run nito. And wow, I'm having a blast reviewing it. So again, To Your Eternity, episode 10. It deserves another mic drop. Two thumbs up, uli, mga ka-lifestyle. So well, next episode has been teasered, and I don't want to trust it. We're going to but one thing is for sure, we are going to start the second half of this anime's run next week. Kaya tutok pa more na tayo. Wow! Finally, we got to hear what Nikaido has to say. Basically, it's her backstory. First half of the episode. Wow, that is a disturbing backstory. All right. She was an accessory in disposing the body of the original Yuki Mitsuya. Yup, she and Yamamoto. Hindi nila nireport ito sa police. Bagkus, tinawag pa pa ni Yamamoto sila Yano at Sekiguchi para humingi ng tulong. Yep, they were the ones who disposed the body. And so up to now, we don't know who actually killed the original Yuki Mitsuya. So while this was going on, Otokawa was fulfilling his part of Dobo's plan to one up Yano with this bank heist. Okay, and Otokawa had this strange feeling, so he called up Yamamoto, and his hunch was correct. Yamamoto won't be there kasi inasikaso niya yung itong potential scandal na pinasok ng mystery case. Okay, it concerns the original Yuki Mitsuya being found dead. Okay, so final scene. Goriki continues his investigation of Otokawa's past, and he found, wow, right, medyo, shall we say, Otokawa had a really troubled childhood, and he found out that Otokawa kept a diary for a time at naiwan niya doon sa ospital na pinag-confine na niya. Okay, it had stayed there for 30 years. So gusto makita ni Goriki yon, and he's doing all this because his reason to the hospital administrator that Otokawa is not just his patient. Otokawa is his friend. Right? Up to now we are not sure what is actually wrong with Otokawa physically. It's probably his motivation for doing all this, but we still don't know. But we got 2 episodes more to find out. Right? So ito muna ang episode na to. Overall, it's a fucking great episode. Grabe ang twist. Pace. You know, if you've seen this episode and you think that the pace is too slow, you are dead fucking wrong. The pace was just right, because if you make it at least moderate, you will get the whole point of the entire episode. Especially the part where Nikaido tells her entire backstory for this anime. It's the first time, so she has opened up to the audience kung ano yung nalalaman niya. And lo and behold, she knows she was one of those people that disposed of the original Yuki Mitsuya's body. Alright, grabe. I don't know what crime is in Japan when you illegally dispose a body when police haven't checked it out, but here in the Philippines it's called obstruction of justice. Yes, you do that here, you will spend jail time. Okay, you will spend time in jail. And the pacing of this episode made me realize that. Alright, flow naman. First gear shift is of course, when Nikaido said that she had planned on killing the original Yuki Mitsuya herself. Siya ang unang nakatagpo sa bangkay. So up to now, we don't know who the real killer is. Okay, if it weren't for that gear shift, we probably wouldn't have known Nikaido's hidden motives just to get ahead in the idol industry. Well, she's willing to murder someone, that's for sure. Second gear shift is of course when second gear shift was when Otokawa has just found himself an unlikely ally. It's Big Diamond. Big Diamond is worried about his brother, si Little Diamond, because Little Diamond hasn't been taking his calls. Sometimes, no, hasn't been taking his calls. Period. So he's worried. At akala niya siguro na nandun sa and I think he picked up Otokawa's call. So pinunta niya si Otokawa. And well, he later on revealed in the episode that we've been on the same side since the beginning. Now, based on what Big Diamond said right there, it's probably safe to assume that he has been playing Otokawa too since the beginning of this anime. Probably way earlier than Otokawa. Siguro yung pagiging corrupt niya front lang para, well, siguro para mapalapit siya kay Dobo, to tell Dobo na, hey, kahit pulis ako, tumatanggap ako ng lagay. Siguro front lang niya yun. Alright, but that's just a theory of mine. Okay, but that's the second gear shift. The final gear shift is, of course, when Goriki finds out that Otokawa kept a diary during his younger years when he was confined in that hospital in another city na pinuntahan niya. So, will that play a role in the final 2 episodes? 50-50. But for the first 2 gear shifts, yes. I got a good feeling that the first 2 gear shifts will play a role in the final 2 episodes. Okay? It will be a factor. So, whatever happens in the final 2 episodes, you may go back to this one. Okay? Na, kunyari, may konektado pala sa gear shift na to, konektado pala sa gear shift na to. Yep. You gotta play a game of to connect the dots again with these gear shifts. Plot naman. Bihira kasi ang malinis na plot dito sa anime na to. So far, what I've seen is a well ironed out plot. Kasi you get this point of view, this point of view, and this point of view. So that's 3 sides to the total storyline of this particular episode. So you have to really organize everything para hindi ma-off track ang viewer, so that the viewer will still understand what is going on. Yeah, it's a lot to take. Okay, I gotta admit, it's a bit too much to take, but the plot was well ironed out. So ako personally, naintindihan ko pa rin yung nangyayari. No sleeper moments. Wala ring kuskus balungos sa episode na to. Kaya the plot was well ironed out. Planchado. Right? Planchado. So another great episode from this anime, which is, well, down to just 2 episodes starting next week. So, Odd Taxi, episode 11. We've been connecting the dots all all season long when it comes to this when it comes to this anime. All right, it's now, well, the final 3 episodes will now be a combination of all those dots we've connected. How they're connected to Otokawa. How is Otokawa connected to them? All right. This is what makes Odd Taxi a great anime. Talagang pure mystery siya. You will think hard. You will think that hard in connecting the dots. You can actually play detective with this anime. Okay? Lalo na ngayon, right? We're slowly getting to the bottom of the original Yuki Mitsuya's murder. Yep. It's not just a disappearance anymore. The police has now classified this case as a murder case. Yeah. Full court press ang Tokyo Police. Siguro ganun din ang feeling ni Big Diamond. He has to bring in whoever killed the original Yuki Mitsuya to justice. Kailangan makamit na ang hustisya para sa babaeng to. And well, I think that's the reason why he approached Otokawa that way. And as for Otokawa, I think his reason for doing all of this, okay, being playing power broker playing power broker to all these people, okay, wheeling and dealing left and right, top to bottom. I think we're going to know what his real reasons are in the final 2 episodes of this anime. Yeah. And I can tell you now, guys, that Odd Taxi is a strong contender for this year's Lifestyle 10. Because wow, okay, the deep dive factor has grown by leaps and bounds for this episode ever since the debacle in episode 4. Yeah, they OLM and Pix over-delivered. They over-delivered, which is good for us. Which is good for us anime fans, right? You just got to appreciate the hard work OLM and Pix put onto this anime. Grabe. Dalawang episode na lang, matatapos na ang Odd Taxi, and we're now slowly getting the idea of who needs to be brought to justice and who needs to go down hard. And of course, probably in these final 2 episodes, we will get to know why Otokawa is doing all this. Okay, so again, Odd Taxi episode 11. Next episode has been teasered. Mukhang matutuloy na ang plano ni Otokawa after all, but I don't trust it. Alright, I don't trust it. So all we have to do now is wait for next week and watch that episode so we can deep dive into this anime again.
Whoa! I'll tell you why. We finally get to see Takeuchi's flying machine for vampires. And it works! Alright? Si Kurusu pa una nag-try. Nagmistulang Batman. he looks like Batman in that costume. Alright, but nonetheless, it was really effective. Okay? But before that, Maeda and Defraud faced off with Aoi as collateral damage. And Rufus is evil now. Well, it's confirmed. It knows no bounds. Inichapwera na rin niya si Joran Nakajima. Alright? This is bad. This is really bad now. Final scene. Well, basically, Defraud asked for Kuruso's help para itakbo si Aoi sa pinakamalapit na doktor. Alright? That's why Kuruso was able to use that flying machine. Yung pala, hindi pala siya talaga sasakyan. It's a suit. It's a flying suit. So, sinuot niya, ginamit niya, he was able to get there. Then, ayun, tinakbo na niya si Aoi to either, hindi pa naman confirmed eh, it's either the nearest hospital or the sanctuary. Alright? So, yeah. He was able to rescue Aoi. Thank God. Okay? Now, Defraud is now free of liabilities. Now it's going after Rufus. Wow. There's hell to pay. Right? Well, they may be on Defraud and Code Zero. They're still at odds with each other. Halata naman eh. But they now suddenly have a common enemy. Si Rufus. Although hindi pa siya na-encounter directly ng Code Zero. Si Maeda, well, technically he's now just another rogue vampire. Okay? Overall, it's a really good episode. Right? It's a really good episode. Bakit? I'm gonna explain it ARD style. Pace! This episode was properly paced. Alright? The speed and the slowness weren't in different places at once. Okay? Talagang the fast pace to the fight scenes and to the tense moments. Of course, the slowness, of course, yung regular conversations, what would have been, okay lang. At least, hindi siya, it won't lead the viewer to boredom. Okay? And I felt the road to the finale feels here. Kasi final 3 episodes na eh. The episode was properly paced. So, hindi siya boring. Right? They brought it down to the basics. Because, well, after all, it's the road to the finale. They just cannot screw up this one. Flow naman. There are only 2 gear shifts I saw. First was during the battle between Defraud and Maeda. Wow, did you see that? Ganun pala kung makipaglaban minsan ng mga vampire. Okay? They trade blows so fast. They move so fast. No ordinary eye can see them. Sa bilis nila. Hindi nga sila mahabol ng tingin ni Aoi eh. Aoi doesn't know who's winning, who's losing, or who has the advantage. Wala, ang bilis eh. Basta lang na nakakita may butas sa pader na yun. May lubak naman doon sa pader na yun. Tapos nagre-ripple yung tubig. That's the only thing she sees. Those are the only things she can see. Right? And even hear. Grabe. Those vampires, when fighting vampires, can move so fast. Right? And if that's not a gear shift to you, I don't know what is. Right? Now, the final gear shift came when Kuruso was able to rescue Aoi. So, nalaman natin, the flying machine works. But it's actually a flying suit. Okay? Kasi sinusuot siya. Hindi siya sinasakyan. Right? we can call it a flying machine if it really does look like a vehicle and you need a pilot. Pero hindi eh, sinusuot ito eh. Alright? Which is more ingenious. Kaya proof, if it weren't for this gear shift, we wouldn't know how much of a genius Takeuchi is. Galing. Alright? Galing niya. So, these two gear shifts played very important roles and will play very important roles probably in the final 2 episodes. Especially yung climax ng first gear shift wherein nasaksak ni Maeda si Aoi. Alright? So, right there and then, I can safely conclude that Maeda is just another rogue vampire. Okay? Well, I hope he still has a conscience and know which side he is actually on. Yeah. That's all we can do for Maeda. Okay? Plot-wise. What? Planchado. But I couldn't say na malinis ang plot. Kasi, a lot of complications happened during this episode. One of them is, of course, yung accidental stabbing kay Aoi. And yung Rufus's usurpation. Yung pagkaka-itsapwera niya kay General Nakajima. Alright? So, now we know who the real villain is here. Yun nga lang. Alright? So, it is not directly focused on one part of the storyline. One part of the story. It got focused on at least 2. Okay? At least two sides. At least 2 sides of the story. Okay? So, they organized it in such a way na talagang magigets mo ang talagang nangyayari sa total storyline ng Mars Red. Okay? Kaya sinabi kong planchado ang plot. Hindi malinis. Right? Kasi, kung malinis ito, it'll only focus on the Maeda defraud fight. It'll only focus on the flying machine. Or it'll just focus on how Rufus was able to usurpate General Nakajima. Kasi nakita lang natin yung pinagre-reportan niyang 3 marataas pa sa kanya, puro patay na eh. Ginago siya ni Rufus doon. So we just saw that Rufus killed these 3 and posed them na tinatawag nila si Nakajima. So he was even able to copy their voices. So hindi kaagad na guess ni Nakajima na napatay na itong 3 to. Right? So talagang the episode was ironed out in such a way na even the average viewer can completely get the idea of what's going on. Kaya ako sinabing planchado ang plot. Okay? So, again, what? It's a really good another really good episode from this anime. So, it'll be ending in about 2 weeks after this recording. Okay? So, Mars Red episode 11. Two thumbs up. Two thumbs up. Bakit? What? My main point here why I gave it the 2 thumbs up mainly was yung pagkakaalam natin kay Rufus. He is now the one pulling the strings, and if you've already seen the episode, he has already encountered Maeda Sinabi pa niya kay Maeda na, now, in his own words, I am now the commander of your special forces unit. I am now in command of them. So, take your time. Mukhang gusto rin niyang gagawin si Maeda eh. Right? Now, Maeda being clouded by pride, by anger, yeah, you can say that. He doesn't give a shit. He didn't give a shit. If he did give a shit, then he would hold back his katana and not stab Aoi, an innocent civilian. That is a big no-no when you're a military man. Pag may nadamay kang civilian, yan dama ng katawan mo sa pagko-court martial sa'yo. Sigurado, kakasuhan ka. Right? Alright, that's probably the most pivotal twist for this anime. Kasi we now know who the true enemy is here, who the true villain is here. Si Rufus. Okay? It's not General Nakajima. Right? It gave me a hint that that Nakajima is not the true villain here. Yung pagkakabulong ni Rufus to play mind games with Nakajima, I think he has done this before. Just whispers in Nakajima's ear na, "Hoy, ituloy mo na yung vampire unit na yan. Yung code zero na alam mo, it's obsolete." So that's why I gave it the 2 thumbs up. Okay? That's the main reason why I gave it the 2 thumbs up. Kasi very crucial yung mga nangyari dito sa episode na to. Excuse me. So again, March Red episode 11. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up mga ka-lifestyle. Time na the next episode has been teasered. Now the title is confusing. Now the title is confusing for the first time in this anime. So, ano dapat natin gawin? Well, hintayin next week at panoorin ang episode 12. Right? 2 weeks na lang ang anime na to. Panoorin nyo na. Impressive. Alright? I'm gonna explain why. Kasi, basically, Kat Palug plays mind games with everyone present there, including the 7 deadly sins. Okay, which now, well, essentially includes Elizabeth. Yeah. Well, after all, during the final episodes of season 3, she actually led the 7 deadly sins. All right. Nung nawala si Meliodas, siya ang namuno. Siya munang namuno. Okay? She represented them. And, well, eventually, Arthur has found a way to beat Kat Palug. Through his own power, nilamon niya si Kat Palug. I never knew he had it in him. Wow! That was disturbing. That scene was disturbing. All right, but it was also a satisfying one kasi natalo nila ang isang nilalang na thought of as unkillable. Well, kasiguro ni Arthur, if you can't kill it, absorb it. So, yun. Okay, final scene is of course the 7 deadly sins reaffirming their support for Arthur. And yun. And Meliodas and Arthur sealed that with a handshake. Of course, gentleman's agreement. The old-fashioned way of sealing deals. Alright? That's why I love it. Wow. Whew. Okay. That's probably the most disturbing scene of this season of the Seven Deadly Sins. That was the most disturbing scene. Alright? Grabe. Hindi ako na-orient dun. Alright? Overall, it's a really great episode. Okay? Although na hindi ako napawaw, I had that road to the finale feels. I could really tell that, well, we're just one episode away from ending this anime. Okay? We're just one episode away from totally saying goodbye to the Seven Deadly Sins. Okay? Pace. The pace only picked up when Arthur pulled that out of his sleeve. Dun lang. Right? Pero the slowness, yeah, I get it. Okay? I get how Kat Palug, okay, manipulated everyone's minds dyan. Okay? The Seven Deadly Sins, si Arthur, hindi, except Meliodas and Arthur pala. Meliodas quickly snapped out of it. Probably due to his status as the new Demon King. Yun yata subal pa sa kanya. Arthur, of course, he's the Lord of Chaos. Okay? He's immune to practically Kat Palug's antics. He is the Lord of Chaos after all. Okay? So, the slowness is justified because we really had to see how diabolical this monster is. Okay? It went to great lengths just to defeat the Seven Deadly Sins, even control their minds. At si Meliodas pa, the current Demon King. Okay? So, yung pace, ayos na ayos. Tama lang yung bagal at yung and the scene where they decided to pick it up, they chose the right scene. They chose the right scene. Alright? So, flow naman. First gear shift is first gear shift here was when the Seven Deadly Sins decided to butt in the fight between Kat Palug and Merlin. They decided to cut Merlin out anyway. Alright? So, pero, not without Meliodas laying down the law on Merlin. Okay? He made it really clear that she has to take full responsibility for this. Kaya, in the end, sinabi niya, let us help you. Alright? That's how much of a leader Meliodas is. Okay? Second, hindi. Final gear shift. Okay, I only saw 2 gear shifts here. Is of course how Arthur defeated Kat Palug. It came out of his own mouth. Tit for tat. Universal law dictating the tempo once again. Okay? Tit for tat. Kasi siguro ni Arthur, gusto mo kong kainin? O sige, ikaw ang kakainin ko. Since he is the Lord of Chaos, sige. Nangangain ka pala, o sige, ako muna kakain sa'yo. Alright. That was disturbing. Okay? Probably the most disturbing scene of season 4, okay, of this final season of this anime. Grabe. Now, even though I only saw 2 gear shifts here, that doesn't mean it's a mediocre episode. Nope. Far from it. These 2 gear shifts played a role in this episode. Kasi I couldn't say I couldn't say in future episodes kasi patapos na eh. It played a role in this episode. Alright? It just goes to show you how solid a bunch the seven deadly sins are. Kahit wala na si Escanor, sino pumalit? Si Elizabeth. After all, Elizabeth is their princess. Okay? Siya kasi ang tawag dito, ang kinakasama ni Meliodas. Okay? Kumbaga siya ang lakabini ng seven deadly sins. And she has proven herself to also lead them. Remember season 3? During I think the last 5 or 10 episodes of season 3, she actually led the seven deadly sins into battle. Kasi wala si Meliodas dun eh. He was totally caught up with becoming the Demon King himself, just to save him and especially Elizabeth. Okay, so he was out of focus at that time. Kaya si Elizabeth ang namuno sa seven deadly sins nun. Okay, so these two gear shifts in this episode played a role. Probably, you could say that those two gear shifts set us up for a good finale. Okay? Plot naman. Teka. Planchado. Okay. I couldn't say na malinis. Alright? Because, I totally expected the other deadly sins would help Merlin. Right? So, pero what canceled that out is how told you this scene had so much impact. This scene in this episode had so much impact. When Arthur made that tit for tat move, all right, that totally canceled it out. Okay, so you can say na Studio Dean expected an audience reaction like that. So they put a cancel out scene there yan by having Arthur totally eat Katpalug para matapos na to. So doon na niya na-realize yung kanyang power as the Lord of Chaos. Okay? Kaya planchado ang episode na to. Hindi malinis pero planchado. So it's totally Studio Dean got it covered. Right? Studio Dean got it covered. Again, another great episode from this great anime, which will end next week. Okay? So, the Seven Deadly Sins Dragon's Judgment, episode 23. Yeah, the disturbing part saved it. 2 thumbs up. So, what's gonna happen now? What's gonna happen in the finale? Now that they've already defeated Katpalug in this episode. So, it's everyone's guess. Right? Ako nanguhula lang ako eh. Paano magiging finale nito? Okay? I couldn't say this episode had a slam bang ending kasi Katpalug is virtually unkillable eh. The only thing that stopped him was Arthur. Okay? In the end, Arthur was able to kill it. Arthur was able to kill him. And by totally realizing his power as the Lord of Chaos. Right? So, yun ang burning question natin ngayon. How will the finale go? Okay? I was expecting a slam bang one pero looks like they're over and done with now with the slam bang finishes in this episode. Alright? So, bahala na. Let's just watch the finale next week. Alright? And, give this anime a good send-off. Because, well, it's been a good 4 seasons. Okay, for the anime. Now, the manga has already ended probably, I think last year pa. So, yeah. It's a good way to cap off a great anime franchise. Okay. We'll just have to give it a send-off party, alright, by just viewing it. So again, The 7 Deadly Sins, Dragon's Judgment, Episode 23. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up, mga ka-lifestyle. So, title of the next episode has been teasered. If they're not going to give us a slam bang finale, they might as well give us an empowering one. Like, I forgot to mention, and I'm going to quote Meliodas on this: the more outrageous the goal, the more rewarding it will be. So fucking true. Damn! That's a personal development quote, alright? Damn you, Meliodas! You are so damn intelligent. Whoa! Oh, okay. Let me collect myself a bit here, alright? Tama ang hinala natin. She is going after Tokugawa. But who stops her? Iori. Siya pala yung winged demon na pumatay kay Jokishiro. Bakit ako gumanon when I said that? I'll explain later. He doesn't want Sawa to do the job. So he finds a way to keep her from doing it. Siya na ang gumawa. All right? And well, we found out in the episode that Yoshinobu Tokugawa is an old, frail fucking man. Janome's dog is an even bigger threat than him. Okay? Ano ba magagawa ng matandang hukluba na to? Well, so Iori found it an easy kill. Fuck! He watched Tokugawa, and well, everything was burning down around them. Nagpasama na siya. Now, I don't know if Iori survived the fire. Right? He's now enhanced by Sawa's blood. Nakakatakot yung transformation yun. Putaragis. A swarm of crows will be surrounding him first. Then, yeah, he now looks like one of those black wings in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. He's that scary. Nakakatakot ang itsura niya. So what? Sawa wanders around and people are in celebration now because the Tokugawa regime is finally over. It's a sad ending. Alright? Because of the final scene. Post-credit style siya. Well, we saw there that she was bleeding. Sawa was bleeding when she came out. Mukhang patang-pata na siya. Justified na yung pale complexion niya. Alright? She looked really sick. And in the final scene, we just found out that she was already dead. Well, Chukishiro finally gets his wish. Napatay niya si Sawa. Well, okay. Hana's daughter, si Atsuki. Okay. Well, we found out in the final scene na Atsuki and Asahi, they're good friends. Kung pag-awat, we can say na magkababata sila. Okay? Atsuki, Hana gave birth to Atsuki when Asahi was 5 or 6 or 7 years old. Okay? Noong nagkakagulo pa. Okay? Episode 11. Right? Noong episode 11. Yes. Hana's child's name is Atsuki. Okay? So they grew up to be close friends. But the anime ended with Asahi having Nana with her. Tapos umiba yung kulay ng mata niya. Ooh! Okay. Here's how it went down. Here's how Asahi became the new Princess of Snow and Blood. Kumbaga, siya na ngayon siya ang naging tagapagmana ni Sawa. Remember when Chokishiro almost killed her? Siguro, okay, conspiracy theory. Siguro Iori realized that unless Asahi receives a blood transfusion, mamamatay siya. Siguro compatible yung dugo ni Sawa sa dugo ni Asahi. So, nasalinan siya ng dugo. Poof! Asahi now has Sawa's powers. She now has Sawa's pure blue blood running through her veins. Kaya wag na kayo magtaka kung bakit sa kanya lumipat si Nana, yung puting uwak. Alright? And wow, I think she can understand what Nana wants to say. Alright? That is scary. That is scary. Okay? This is what we've learned from the final scene. Pero nonetheless, it's a sad finale kasi the main protag is now dead. Overall, one of the best finales this spring 2021. Okay? Grabe. Pace. Well, the only time the pace was fast was when what? Iori was keeping Sawa from going to Tokugawa and killing him herself. Then of course, the pace slowed down to sad proportions when Iori finally kills Tokugawa and kills himself in the process. Okay? So, understandable kasi we need to all of us who were able to watch the finale of Joran need to understand the events that the aftermath of all the of the revolution that went on during the final 3 episodes. Well, ako nagets ko na kagad eh. Of course, the Tokugawa regime has been overthrown. Of course, a new government needs to be formed. Natural. Okay? You don't want to leave a power vacuum that long. Kailangan may pumalit ng bagong gobyerno as soon as possible. Right? I get that. Then the events that happened in the aftermath, well, it's quite sad. Okay? Chokishiro is still alive. Wag niyo sabihin sa akin na binuhay din ni Iori to. Only he would then go on to kill Sawa. You all saw it in the finale. You all saw it. Okay? Hindi magiging hindi magiging duguan ng ganun si Sawa ng basta-basta eh. Okay? She's virtually unkillable. Okay? So, for that to, from the look on Sawa's face when that happened, I guess she didn't care anymore. If she dies or lives on. Okay? That's what the pace made me realize that. Mabuti na lang, ganito ang pace. Right? It made me understand that that the ending to this anime is not going to be a pretty one. Okay? The main protagonist will die. So what happened? Flow. What? First gear shift is of course when Sawa was already there in the Tokugawa Palace. Pinigilan na nga siya ng mga gwardya eh. Huli na siya. Then Iori comes along to dinukot siya ni Iori at ang mga kasama niyang uwak. Right? Wow. Okay. Iori became the Lord of Crows in this the Lord of Crows in this episode. His transformation is scary. Grabe. As if he commands all the ravens and crows in Japan. Okay? He's that scary. He was that scary in this episode. So, yan. That was a gear shift. Kasi, kung hindi ginawa ni Iori doon, we would have seen a more violent finish for the main protag. Okay? But, but it only prepared us for what's in store. For a sadder ending for the main protagonist. It only prepared us for a sadder ending. Yun nga. Okay. Second gear shift is when when Iori finally kills Tokugawa. Hindi nga lang pinakita. Pero from the way the candle got snuffed, yung namatay yung kandila. Yup, you get the idea. Despite his old, frail, pathetic look, Iori still kills Tokugawa. Okay? Well, let's just say that Iori ended his misery. Tandaan eh. At saka hindi na nga makabahon eh. He can't even get up on his own. He was literally crawling to get up. Okay? He looked pathetic. Okay? Tokugawa looked pathetic in this in the finale. Parang nasabi ko na nga eh. Huwag mo nang patayin, Iori. It's just wasting your time. Let the people kill him. Huwag mo nang nakakaawa naman eh. Paubaya mo na sa mga tao. But Iori still did what he had to do. Well, kumbaga, he literally euthanized the head of the Tokugawa regime. And if it weren't for that gear shift, this wouldn't have been a dramatic finale. Final gear shift is when, the final aftermath scene. We saw Asahi all grown up. She just turned 17, along with her now close friend si Atsuki. Anak ni Hana yan. Kanang-kana nga ang itsura eh. Para tamang anak nga ni Hana eh. So, then we also that Nana perched on her shoulder, and all of a sudden those eyes became cold as hell. Wow. Okay. Looks like we now have a new Princess of Snow and Blood. And in all indications, because of this gear shift, I am totally suspect that Joran will be back for another season. Okay, if it weren't for this gear shift, hindi ko mapi-theorize yun. Ain't that exciting? Now, the plot. The plot was clean enough to remind me of how Akodama Drive ended. Right? Mas matindi nga rin sa Akodama Drive. Kasi doon, lahat ng bida ay namatay. Ang natira lang doon yung dalawang batang sinave nila. Pinatakas talaga nila from Kanto. Ang huling nagpatakas sa kanilang dalawa, si Courier. Well, Courier was the last to die amongst the 6 main protags. Courier was the last one to die. This finale of Joran totally reminded me of the path Akodama Drive took. Tandaan nyo, the finale of Akodama Drive was one of the best of 2020. Joran's finale is now treading that path because the finale is that good. And it's that clean, yung plot niya. Ganong kalinis ang plot ng finaling ito. Alright? But, it's still a sad ending kasi hindi pa naman dapat mamatay si Sawa eh. She's still young. Right? And based on her looks, siguro wala pang 21 to eh. Wala pang 21. Pero may anak-anaka na siya na si Asahi. Okay? May anak-anaka na siya. Which, Iori saved with her own blood. She was safe. And now, kumbaga, namana niya tuloy ang mga kapangyarihan ni Sawa. She is now the new Princess of Snow and Blood. Okay? And without a plot this clean, we would not get our hopes up as to if Joran gets another season. Okay? Galing. Like I said a while ago, one of the best finales at least this spring 2021. Okay? At least this spring 2021. It's one of the best finales. And well, probably one of the saddest, if not the saddest. Kasi, biro nyo ba naman, Sawa got stabbed by Chukishiro. Siguro tinilat siya sa atay niya. Okay? A well-placed stab in the liver. Tapos she probably didn't even care. Kaya siguro, so what kung mamatay ako? Alright. At least Asahi is alive. Yung my adopted daughter is still alive. The people I've come to know as friends, but even though she and Hana hate each other, yeah, they're still, you can still consider them friends kasi kung the way they rant each other, parang wala nang bukas eh. Parang wala nang bukas eh. Kung magsiraan ng dalawang ito ng harap-harapan eh. Right? Only best friends do that. Okay? Only best friends do that. You throw dirty laundry at each other and still consider each other friends. Yeah. Only best friends can do that. Tsaka syempre yung asawa ni Hana. Okay? And eventually si Asahi at yung anak ni Hana na si Atsuki, they grew up together. They basically grew up together. So, kaibigan din sila. Alright? So, Joran, the Princess of Snow and Blood, finale? 2 thumbs up. Okay, 2 thumbs up. I don't give the big toe anymore kasi we're way past that na. Okay, we're way past that. But rest assured guys, when I give the 2 thumbs up, talagang approve ako sa episode na to. Approve ako, especially sa finale na to. Now, let's talk about this anime's future. Okay. I'll only be talking about the theories that I've formulated for this. In all indications from the final scene, yeah, I truly believe Joran will be back for another season. Excuse me. Kasi, akala ko wala nang, there will never be another one like Sawa eh. Yung pala, si Asahi. Okay? So, and Asahi said it herself. As long as I'm alive, this will never die. So, and she also said to Sawa, kumbaga, dun sa diary niya, I want to be like you. Well, she got her wish. Yung tinransfuse pala sa kanyang dugo pala ni Sawa yun. So now, we've all seen it. If you haven't seen the episode, you better watch it, okay? We've all seen it. Nana casually perches on her shoulder. Then she gives us that cold look. Parang namuti pa nga yung gitna ng mata niya eh. Alright? So, what? We have a new main protag. Si Asahi. And she just turned 17. Grabe. You wouldn't even think a 17-year-old could wield such power. Pero, how will the adventures be like? Because, well, siguro 10 or 11 years have passed na eh. Bagong gobyerno na eh. Siguradong hindi na to Kugawa to. So, how will season 2 run now? Ano na storyline ngayon? Okay. Ano na storyline ngayon? So, well, if Back and Record announces that Joran will get a season 2, asahan nyo. If Joran makes it to the Lifestyle 10, asahan nyo. We will review that. Okay? Because, well, I got a policy now that if you're an anime and at one time or another you've been part of either the Otaku 5 or the Lifestyle 10, I'll give you an automatic slot. An automatic slot in my review roster. Okay. Ganon ako ngayon. May order of priority ngayon eh. Of course, ang talaga may absolute priority sa akin ngayon, yung mga holdovers. That's when I base. The number of holdovers will now base the size of the roster. Kaya swerte mo kung marami tayong holdovers. So, may chance ka ng ma-review ko. Pero, if you've been part of the Lifestyle 10 or the Otaku 5, you're guaranteed, you now have another guaranteed slot in the roster. So, if Joran makes it to this year's Lifestyle 10, kasi new anime, yeah, we will review that if and only if it gets another season. Okay, pero I totally hope that Back and Record gives this gives Joran another run. Ganda na storya eh. Right? Kakaiba siya. Kakaiba storya niya. It's an alternate reality look at Japanese history. Okay? Well, I'm not so familiar with Japanese history, pero based on what I've seen here and from what I've learned from Rurouni Kenshin, that the Tokugawa era was an era of corruption, and power tripping. Kumbaga, So, this is an alternate reality look at that era, at that time in Japanese history. So, it's a sort of an, yeah, it's a bit of a history lesson. Okay? Pero, wow. Grabe yung ending. It may be one of the saddest finales, but it's also one of the most satisfying kasi may kumaga may naimana, kumaga Sawa has successfully passed on her powers and, well, not just her, yeah, her powers to someone else, and that someone else is Asahi, through a cruel twist of fate kasi yeah, we can only speculate kasi mamamatay na si Asahi nun eh. Alright? So, and Iori probably had to save her quick kasi nawawalan na siya ng dugo. So, he had no choice but to use Sawa's blood for a transfusion. Kaya, yung powers ni Sawa, ayun, kay Asahi na. So, Sawa's legacy lives on in Asahi. How will Asahi now use those powers for good? Yan ang dapat nating tanungin. Yan ang dapat sagutin if Bakken Record gives Joran another season. But I so hope that this anime gets another season. Ang ganda eh. Alright? For me, it's one of the best this year so far. Okay? And I don't know if people are now talking about it. Pero kasi I'm doing this review right now. I haven't gone to Facebook, I haven't gone to Reddit to check out the trends. To check out the trends in anime. But sana naman Joran gets the hype it deserves, at least from the finale. It's one of the best, okay? It's one of the best this season. And it shouldn't be one of the most, well, it shouldn't be an underrated anime because it deserves the hype. It really deserves the hype. So again, Joran, the Princess of Snow and Blood finale. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up, mga ka-lifestyle. Wala na pala susunod. So let's hope that Bakken Record gives Joran another season. And we really want to know how Asahi will use those powers. Okay? Siguro through Nana's guidance kasi I think she can hear Nana talk. Can she communicate with crows? Wow, that's scary. That's scary. So, let's just hope that Bakken Record gives this another season. So, I'm really hoping. Okay, I am really hoping that magkaroon ng season 2 ito. I really want to know how Asahi will make her nanay-nanayan proud. That's what I want to know. Whoa! All right. This is a boxing match. Okay? And I almost thought it was real. Well, Felix and Cestus were trading blows middle of the episode. Then all of a sudden, Cestus got the opening he both needed and wanted. Final scene. He lands the kidney shot on Felix. Then what? Kumbaga in modern boxing terms, na-TKO si Felix. Panalo si Cestus. Right? So, wow. Okay. there are instances in boxing wherein you can call someone a thinking fighter. All right? Cestus showed us all on how to think while in the middle of a match, in a boxing match. All right? Overall, it's a fucking great episode. Galing! All right? Galing! Pace pa lang. What? You can't slow the pace down in this kind of an episode. Yes, we're watching a boxing match. Okay. Siyempre, isang katerbang tense moment dito. But there will be instances that you need to slow the pace down in a microscopic bit, just for the average viewer to understand what is totally going on. Lalo na yung mga hindi well-versed sa sport ng boxing. Alright? The non-boxing fans, so to speak. So, I'll give you an example in this episode. When Cestus delivered the kidney shot, yan, in-explain ng narrator kung bakit inalaw ng referee yon. What? Boxing during Roman times only has one rule: no hitting below the belt. Right? But in today's boxing, the kidney shot is illegal. Okay? Bawal na bawal yan. If you deliver a kidney shot, whether it be unintentional or not, can have you disqualified in a match. It can even ban you from the sport. But in those times, Roman times, it's perfectly legal. Kaya inalaw ng referee. At kasi kung in modern boxing, binibilangan na siya noon si Felix. Pero during those times, talagang hihintayin ka ng referee na bumangon. Okay? Nope. Sorry. Felix did not do that. Sa lakas ng kidney shot ni Cestus, he had no choice but to stay down. Okay? He had no choice but to stay down. Kaya siya natalo. Okay? So, I don't know why some anime fans would are not, bottom line, are not into sports animes these days. Right? Nabibilis, medyo, ang excuse nila, nabibilisan sila. Abay, talagang ganun. In any sports anime, lalo na to boxing ang tema or martial arts, talagang mabilis ang pace. Mabilis talaga ang pacing dyan. But, there will be instances na gusto talagang ipaintindi ng animator sa audience kung ano talaga ang nangyayari. Kumbaga, binigyan nila ng konting deep dive. Yan, especially dun sa kidney shot ni Cestus. They really wanted the audience to understand why Cestus went for that kind of a punch. Okay? Flow naman. First gear shift is of course when Felix backs Cestus to a wall, literally. Kasi maliit lang yung lugar nila eh. It's easy to be back to that wall. Lalo kung sunod-sunod yung tira ng kalaban mo, you will be forced to that wall. Back, proverbially backed into a corner. Alright? So talagang literal na back against the wall si Cestus. Okay? So kasi gamay na gamay ni Felix ang ganong klaseng environment. So, yeah, he has the advantage. So, at that point in the match, talagang dihado si Cestus. Because his specialty is close combat eh. His specialty is close combat. Then, the second and final gear shift came when his time came when he landed this that punch right here sa lower left rib cage ni Felix. Dito niya muna binanatan. at that split second, hindi na makahinga si Felix. Pero, it will take more than one hit para talagang hindi na makahinga na mabuti si Felix. Because, in moments prior to that, Cestus was actually hitting his abdominal area. Talagang doon siya talaga tinitira ni Cestus. And he has absolutely no clue as to why. So, we now realize na Cestus was waiting for that moment to land that big hit right here. Para ma-set up na siya for the blow that he wanted. Yun nga, yung kidney shot. So, what happened? Well, I'll run it down for you. Dito muna, di ba? Tapos, right cross dito. On the jaw. Then, uppercut sa baba. Then, medyo hindi pa bumabalag si Felix. Pwesto siya sa tagilid. He lands that kidney shot. It was all over for Phoenix. Probably right there. Okay? If it weren't for that gear shift, hindi magagawa ni Cestus yun. Okay? So, that's basically what happened. How Felix lost the match. Okay? So, what? Bottom line was, okay? Bottom line, Felix underestimated Cestus. Porkit bata. Porkit maliit pa sa kanya. He is taller than Cestus, si Felix. And yung reach niya, because of his kaya siya nakakapag wide shot na ganun eh. Flexible yung shoulders niya. Right? Aside from his height, he has those flexible shoulders to his advantage. Kaya, in the beginning of the match, talagang dihado si Cestus. But, Cestus, the thinking fighter that he is, used his, technically his greatest weapon. This is also according to Zafar. Okay? His power of observation. Okay? Habang tumatagal ang laban, pinag-aaralan niya yung kalaban niya. Then, naalaman na ni Cestus kung ano weakness ni Felix. Alright. Sige, you wanna go for those wide shots like that? You're leaving this open. That's where close combat comes in handy. Kasi puro siya wide shot eh. Nung nalaman ni Cestus, bigla siyang gumano na. Bigla siyang gumano na rin, close combat. Pero, he matched Cestus blow for blow. Nung ganun na siya. Grabe. Wow. Okay. Those were two great gear shifts, pero it spelled the entire episode for us, yung dalawang gear shift na yun. Plot-wise, malinis. Right? Carried over from the last episode, kaya yung focus ng audience ay nandun sa match mismo. Walang kuskus balungos, definitely no sleeper moments. Alright? Two fighters are going at it. Okay? Talagang walang puknat. Walang puknat ang suntukan dito. So, yeah, okay. I'm totally speechless when it comes to the plot of this episode. Talagang wala eh. Talagang nakatuon yung focus ko sa laban. And BN Pictures made sure of that. Talagang my peripheral vision actually shut down. Talagang na-focus ako sa laban. Okay? Which makes the plot really clean. Kasi na-focus ka eh. You were all caught up watching the entire episode. Kasi malinis ang plot eh. Okay, malinis ang plot. Whew! Wow! Okay. Another great episode from this anime. And well, next week, finale na. Akala ko finale na. So, Cestus, the Roman Fighter, episode 10. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. Woo! So, grabe. Now, let's talk about, aray nako, sorry. Let's talk about this anime's future. Okay, for a bit. We can't talk about it fully kasi wala pa yung hindi pa pinalalabas yung finale, right? So, here's my theory on it. Depending on the finale, pero teka, let's assume na ito na ang finale. Alright? I think Cestus will be back for another season. Kung ang magiging basihan ko lang ay itong episode na to. If this were the finale, number one reason ko is this. It's giving the anime fans a history lesson. Alright? Pertaining to the Roman Empire and of course the history of boxing. We all know the Romans invented boxing. So, how were its early days? How were the sports early days during the the early days, literal, the early days. So, Cestus just showed us how the rules were, how the fighters conduct themselves inside the arena, kasi hindi pa naman uso ring nun eh. This anime totally gave us a history lesson on both aspects. Okay? Kaya, it's, Cestus is one of the, what we can now say it's one of the most educational animes right now. Okay? Aside from, of course, Cells at Work and Dr. Stone. We're getting a history lesson here. Okay? The history of the sport of boxing. Forget about knockout. Forget about all those boxing animes that we've had over the years. Ako, personally, I'm going to just recommend Cestus to any boxing fan I know. Alright? Kasi, meron talagang taong pangalang Cestus na nabuhay nung time na yun. He was also a boxer. Right? Beyond Pictures is actually telling us that there was a man named Cestus a long time ago, during those times, na fighting slave. Right? And well, personally, I don't know the details kung talagang true historical account ang Cestus or fictionalized. Okay? I haven't researched on that yet. Okay, pero siguro after the finale I might research it. Okay? So, yeah. It's motivating me to learn to further my own learning. So again, Cestus the Roman Fighter episode 10. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up mga ka-lifestyle. So, the finale has been teasered. Let's just enjoy it na lang. Right? Don't, based on it but I don't trust it. Based on it, don't expect any fights. Alright? Kasi, we will probably bask in Cestus' victory over Felix. Whoa! Woo! And I thought, the final scene was bitin. Nope, there was an actual final scene, post credit pa. I'm gonna get to that a little bit later. All right. So, Yun and May are doing things their own way on really distant corners of the world, right? Tumupad sa prophecy si Pelops 2. She was able to give the message to Yun. Yun pala, it was the code to make Jet Jaguar go toe-to-toe with Godzilla. As in, that huge. And what? A battle of the titans ensues. Talagang sinapak ni Jet Jaguar dito si Godzilla. Si Godzilla naman, sugod. Then, Jet Jaguar realized that what the code they're seeking for, yung the code for the orthogonal diagonalizer, yung talagang orthogonal diagonalizer that will end, that will stop the catastrophe, was Jet Jaguar itself. Okay? Siya mismo ang code. Na-realize na niya. Everything came to fruition just as Yun predicted. So, may dumating nga message. It was from Pelops 2. Yun nga, it was the code to complete Jet Jaguar. So, wow! Alright? So, eventually, titirahin na siya ng atomic breath ni Godzilla. Binuka pa nga niya yung bibig na ganun eh. Alright? So, nagpaalam na siya kay Yun. Ayun, tinira na siya ni Godzilla. But, it had a bizarre ending. The fight itself. Bigla silang naglaho pareho. And, in their places, blue crystals. Kumbaga yung nangyayari sa red dots pag tinitirahan ng miniaturized na diagonalizer. Yun. But, it covered the entire city of Tokyo. Right? The moment na pinakawalan ni Godzilla yung kanyang atomic breath to take out Jet Jaguar, bigla sila nawala pareho. And in their place, these blue crystals, biglang tumahimik ang lugar. Wow! And I thought the following scene was the last one. Kasi parang ganito lang ang aftermath nyo. But it wasn't the final scene. The actual final scene came later after the kaya nga post-credit eh. It was a post-credit scene. Who appears before my eyes? Mecha Godzilla! Under construction ng sino ba to? Ng the blonde guy na yung pala ito palang tunay na kalaban eh. And of course, one of his associates. Then, who appears resurrected? Si Professor Ashihara mismo. Alright? Smiling from ear to ear. Kung mo sabihin siya rin na may pakana nito. Alright? So, we're gonna deep dive into that. A little bit, we're going to do an absolute deep dive, okay? Starting from now. Overall, it's, okay? I can say it. It's one of the best finales this anime season. Grabe. Pace. Well, everything is fast because it's a it's a race against time kasi they only have 20 minutes to solve this entire thing. And they did. Okay? They were successful. So, they were able to complete the code for the original orthogonal diagonalizer. Yung pala, si Jet Jaguar pala mismo to. Alright? So, kumbaga his code, Jet Jaguar's code was a combination of the Jet Jaguar codes of past and future converging into the present. Medyo nakakalito, alright? I'm not into quantum physics, okay? I'm not into quantum physics. So, yun nga, technically, it's beyond comprehension. So, if you slow the pace down, no one would totally get this episode. So, yung pace, sakto lang sa sakto sa storya na sakto sa ikinikwento dito sa finale. Alright? So, people would instantly get the summary. Jet Jaguar is the code itself. Siya mismo ang code. Kumbaga, there was one piece left to her puzzle. May kulang pa siyang piece of code na siguro hindi pa na-figure out ni Yun when he created Jet Jaguar's AI. So, nakompleto na ni May doon sa India. And as foretold by Yun, that was the message. Sakto. Yung binibilangan ni Jet Jaguar, sakto. Well, a little bit late, a little bit off by a few seconds, pero the message still came through. Lumusot pa rin yung message. And the pacing made us understand that. Okay? Kasi, well, it is the finale. And you're up against Godzilla. Of course, it's always a race against time when Godzilla is directly involved na. Alright? Flow naman. Well, excuse me. First gear shift that I saw here was when Pelops 2 was able to track down that piece of code na parang kulang pa. He was able to fix that and mathematically go back to the past para malaman kung ano pa ang kulang nilang lahat. Well, if it weren't for that gear shift, we wouldn't know that Professor Ashihara is still alive. Nakita niya doon mismo sa core ng singular point. Alright? Well, let's dispel something. Godzilla is not a singular point, but this one, yung contraption na tinakan nila May. Yan yun. Right? That's the singular point itself. Alright? While they're being attacked by this, what you call that? By that other kaiju, yung nakalaban nila yun sa golf course, it was really trying to destroy it. Okay? So, kaya pala, Professor Ashihara is still alive and he is trapped in there. Nakita mismo ni Perox 2. Second gear shift. Well, it was the second and final gear shift pala. It was, of course, when Jet Jaguar got revived because of this extra piece of code. Dumaki pa nga eh. Magkahit na silang ni Godzilla eh. So nakipagsuntukan siya. Okay? Nakipagsuntukan siya talaga kay Godzilla. And if it weren't for that gear shift, we wouldn't probably know. Jet Jaguar wouldn't have probably realized kung ano yung talagang function niya sa timeline na to. So, yan. Na-realize niya na she is the code itself. Kasi kaya she, because boss babae. Si Perox 2 naman kasi medyo may pagkalalaki yung angas eh. Okay? Panglalaki yung angas niya eh. Although he looks like a Doraemon rip-off. Okay? He looks like a Doraemon rip-off. So, ayun nga, na-realize ni Jet Jaguar that she is the code itself. So, ayun. Nagawa niya yung function niya. Godzilla is nowhere to be found. Okay? They were able to beat Godzilla. So, if it weren't for these two gear shifts, we wouldn't have an awesome finale. Right? We wouldn't have an awesome finale. And we wouldn't have, of course, a post-credit scene that sort of disturbing. Alright? Kasi, look, I'll explain later. Plot muna. Alright? Malinis. Okay? So, yung focus now ng mga viewers is right in that incident. That race against time to beat Godzilla and to just to stop the catastrophe from happening. Okay? So, Bones and Orange really kept us focused on that story. So, kaya ko sinabing malinis ang plot. Okay? Hindi sila nagkuskus banungus dito, and definitely there were no sleeper moments. Alright? It kept me to the... it almost pushed me to the edge of my bed. Alright? So, talagang malinis ang plot. Alright? And to cap off that plot, they had a post-credit scene wherein, well, we might have a season 2 for this. Kasi under construction si Mecha Godzilla. If you're not a Godzilla fan, I'm going to put you up to speed. Alright? Mecha Godzilla was originally constructed based on Godzilla's skeletal remains. Yun ang naging basihan nila to reconstruct Godzilla as a robot, as a giant mecha. Wow. Alright? Imagine having Mecha Godzilla as the main monster. Kung sakasakaling ang mga magkaroon nga ng season 2 ito, is an even bigger problem. Alright? Godzilla versus Kong, saan nakalaban nila Godzilla di King Kong eh. Hirap na ilang silang dalawa eh. Alright? I think they had a hard time pulling down Mecha Godzilla. Okay? So, what more pa dito? You only have Godzilla as the main protag here. Samantalang lahat ng ibang kaiju kalaban mo. Right? The only enforcer you have here is Godzilla himself. Kaya yung plot ganun kalinis, right? So clean. It gave us a hint as to what's going to happen in the near future. Right? Pero in all indications, if you ask me, based on the final scene, mukhang magkakaroon na season 2 tayo rito. Mukhang magkakaroon na season 2 ito. Right? So, pace, flow, and plot, they were seamless. Okay? They were totally seamless in this episode. Munti ko nang hindi ma-distinguish ang isa't isa eh. Right? Wow. Okay. Talk about improving on your storyline. Right? Grabe. Nasabi ko sa inyo, when I reviewed the first 4 episodes of this one, I thought, looks like I wasted my time on this. Mukhang aasayin ko oras ko dito. But episode 6 onwards, yan, gumanda na. Gumanda na ang Godzilla Singular Point. Okay? It's now living up to the expectations of this franchise. Right? Talagang the real star of the show here is Godzilla. Although, he only made an appearance in episode 7 or 8 yata. Right? Talagang what you call this? Nagprimadonna siya rito. Nagprimadonna mindset siya rito. Right? Kanya siguro, ako bida ng anime na to eh. Ba't ako lalabas sa unang 4 na episode na yan? Kayo muna. Parang ganun yan eh. Right? So, Godzilla Singular Point finale. Sip pa ako eh. 2 thumbs up. Excuse me. Nope. In all indications from the final scene, talagang malakas ang kutob ko na magkakaroon ng season 2 ito. And it will probably be a more exciting one than this one. Kasi, wow! Alright? Mecha Godzilla. And maybe they should throw in the more popular kaijus like si Mothra. She's always featured in the post credits. Pero hindi siya lumabas. Hindi siya lumabas as an actual kaiju all throughout this anime. Yan. Dapat. Okay? Dapat nandun na si Mothra. Okay? She's one of the more recognizable kaijus eh. Then si King Ghidorah. No? You would reserve King Ghidorah if you want to end this storyline of Godzilla. Right? Kasi he's the kaiju from space eh. Okay? He's that kaiju is not of this world eh. Okay? So, kumbaga OP eh. OP na kaiju yun eh. Kasi galing sa ibang mundo. So, you would probably reserve him for if ever, okay? For future seasons. Now, these are only speculations of mine. Pero if you're going to base it solely on the final scene, expect a season 2. Right? And well, I'm both expecting and hoping that a season 2 will come. Kasi, wow, yun nga eh. Ang susunod na kalaban ni Godzilla is si Mecha Godzilla na kagad. Wow, alright. If you ask me, mukhang maganda yung mukhang maganda yung pagkaka-jumble ng storyline dito. Alright? Talagang alternate storyline siya na masasabi. Kasi yung order of battle ni Godzilla hindi nasundan dito eh. Right? Hindi nasundan. Kasi of course, Godzilla versus Humanity muna. Now, if ever there will be a season 2, he'll be up against Mecha Godzilla. Then probably if that's successful, season 3, di ba? Give it another season. Tapos yun na. Baka makalaban niya that point si King Ghidorah na. Okay? But for now, you guys, you can expect a season 2 from this anime. If you'll just base it on the final scene. Ako, I'll be expecting, actually, hoping that this will get another season. Kasi sayang naman kung di nyo naman itutuloy. Si Mecha Godzilla na eh. Right? I'm sure it's going to be a more exciting season with Mecha Godzilla as the main as the final boss. Kumbaga. So, yeah. Alright. Basta, ewan ko sa inyo, basta ako, I'm going to expect this anime to get another season, to be back for another season, because I want to see Godzilla and Mega Godzilla go at it. Alright? I want Tokyo to be their battleground again. Yeah, well, sadista ako eh. So again, Godzilla Singular Point finale. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. Mga ka-lifestyle, post-improved anime. So, well, ano pa hinihintay natin? For those of you who are now raising their hopes up for Godzilla Singular Point Season 2, you better. Kasi, wow, okay? Si Mecha Godzilla na. Talagang Abangan sa natin to, di ba? Wow! You know, Ren, well, the battle between father and son. Yup, ang init ng labanan. Just like in the original series. Okay? Pero, took an unexpected turn nung na-realize pala ng buong gang what Tao N's game is. Right? Yung palang malahiganting Tao N na yun, oversoul lang. Yung totoong Tao N, yat patots. Okay? Yat patots yung totoong Tao N. So he's been using his oversoul as a front for decades. Bago pa niya naging anak sila Jun at Ren. Nabisto. Okay? Nabisto nila yo. So wow. Okay? Who appeared to break up the fight? Yung lolo at ang nanay nila Ren at Jun. Ang gusto pala ng lolo ni Ren, ipasa na kay Ren yung mantle ng pagiging head ng Tao family. Because iba na panahon ngayon eh. The era of distrust is over nung tinalo ni Ren ang kanyang ama, si Tao N. Okay? So it's practically a new era for the family. And tanggap naman ng lolo yung pagbabago. And of course, yung nanay. Issue has been solved. They all go back to China except for Ren. The hard head that he is, he chose to go on horseback. Final scene. But umpisa na yung totoong shaman fight. And here is Yo at a record bar listening to one of his favorite artists. Talaga naman. Ay nako. Overall, it's a fucking good episode. Alright? It's a fucking good episode. Just goes to show you that all solutions need not to be violent. It need not be violent. Okay? Pace. Of course. Mabilis. Alright? Mabilis ang pace because magbabakbakan yung mag-ama eh. Nagbabakbakan yung mag-ama. Siyempre, tumutulong din sila Yo from time to time. Right? Then, it suddenly slowed down nung nakialam na ang mga kaluluwa ng lolo at nanay nila Ren at Jun. Right? So, nakialam na sila. Feeling nila, this isn't right anymore. So, teka muna, En. Tumigil ka muna. Pag hindi ka tumigil, papatayin ka namin. So, winarningan na. So, that basically ends the fight. Right? So, if it weren't for the sudden change in pace, we wouldn't know kung ano talaga yung value system ng Tao family. Right? So, well, maganda naman yung pagkakapaliwanag ng yumaong lolo ni Ren. Right? Maganda yung explainer niya eh. And of course, syempre, suporta sa kanya ang kanyang yung nanay nila na mayapa na rin. Espiritu na lang eh. Right? Flow. First gear shift is of course when one of the 5 curse squad shows up with Ryu's neck in his hands. Nakaganon. So ang takot nila Ren at Yo. Kala nila pati na si Ryunosuke. Then it turns out this 5 curse squad member ay ang dating mentor ni Pyron. So, yun ang pinanggalingan talaga ng martial arts style ni Pyron. So, naglaban sila. So, Pyron laid out the ground rules. If you harm Jun, I don't care if you're my master, I will kill you. So, ayun. Tinalo. Eventually, tinalo ni Pyron. Second gear shift is of course when lumabas na si Tao-En mismo in his giant form na eventually na-expose sila to be Justice Oversoul. Right? So, akala nila super lakas eh. At saka nagre-regenerate. Pinutulan na nga siya ng braso nila Horo-Horo Tryunosuke. Tumubo na lang eh. So, I think Yo now has this idea. Doon niya talaga suspecha si Yo at saka si Ren, okay? Na, teka, kung totoong tao ito, hindi na daw mag-regenerate ito. So, nag-isip na si Ren. Teka, ano po? Oh, okay. So, if it weren't for that gear shift, yung talagang si Tao-En na mismo humarap sa kanila, hindi malalaman ni Ren kung ano talaga yung weakness ng tatay niya. So, the guy standing in front of them is just an oversoul. Alaman. So, Ren took a chance by withdrawing his oversoul. Wala siyang ginawa. Hinintay na lang yung sapakin siya ni Tao-En, yung malaki. Gumanon lang eh. Lumusot lang sa kanya. So sabi nila, Yo, huwag mo sabi yung oversoul lang itong malaking mokong na to. So, everyone had the courage to just stand up. Sabi nila, ang point nila siguro, oversoul ka lang pala, sige. Abay, mag-all out na kami. So, basically, if it weren't for that gear shift, well, Tao-En would not be exposed that way. Final gear shift is of course when nakialam na yung mga kaluluwa ng lolo at ng nanay nila Ren at Jun. So, ika nila siguro, this fight is over. Ren wins. Panalo na si Ren dito. At sinabi mismo niya, sinabi mismo ng lolo, you lost in. Kapag pinagpatuloy mo to, consider yourself dead. Something to that effect. Okay? So, if it weren't for that, hindi matatapos yung laban na yun eh. Right? Hindi marirealize ni Tao-En, yung kanyang kamalian that has been going on for decades. Even probably before meeting Ren's mother. Mali ang kanyang tao. Pinagmukha sa kanya talaga ng lolo ito. Right? You've been wrong all this time. Okay? So, the three gear shifts that I saw here will have an effect on Ren's character development. Okay? If not play a role in future episodes. Kumbaga, these three gear shifts will definitely play a role in Ren's character development all throughout this reboot. That's the way I see it. Okay? Not unlike in the original series, kumbaga, isang shot lang eh. Fully developed na yung character yata ni Ren doon. Right? Pero dito, these three gear shifts will play a role sa sa development ng kanyang character dito. Okay, so I see it. Okay? Plot-wise, malinis. Kahit sabi mong may twist na nangyari, malinis pa rin yung plot. Because the whole purpose of the episode is to see whether the father is right or the son is right. We really want to see whose mindset is in the right place here. Whose heart is in the right place here. So, it turns out to be Ren. Right? Talagang ipinaintindi sa atin ng episode na to the conflicting value system between father and son. Siyempre, medyo modern na si Ren at na-expose siya talaga to the modern mindset of things. So that crafted his own mindset. Kasi matagal nang idinidin sa kanya ng kanyang tatay na humans are bad. Pero through mingling with Ren and the others, he concluded that they're not so bad after all. And with this, he has found his true strength. Okay, that one for all for one attitude. Well, his friends have done this for him. Sinabi na niya mismo, if the situation is reversed, I might have done the same. I would have done the same thing for them. Kahit ako lang mag-isa. Yan. Okay? So, he has now incorporated the value of friendship in his total psyche, his total mindset. Right? And the plot made us understand that. Kaya, malinis ang plot. Kung hindi malinis yung plot, hindi natin maintindihan ang episode na to. Hindi natin maintindihan yung character development na pinagdaanan ni Ren dito in this episode alone. So, another great episode from this reboot. Alright? Galing. So, Shaman King 2021, episode 12. Why do I get into that habit? 2 thumbs up. Well, Ren's character development isn't over, right? Based on the 3 gear shifts and what totally happened in this episode, he's going to grow more as his character will grow more here, right? Of course. Well, si Yo naman, siya naman ang bida eh. He'll take his sweet time. Right? Because, well, I'm not into spoiling people, but I've seen the original series, okay? Ren becomes a factor in Yo's own character development. Okay? If you'll base it on the original series. Kasi ganun talaga nangyari. Right? Ren became one of Yo's closest allies. Yung opening credits, kung ano yung nakita nyo kung sino-sino yung mga nakita nyo shaman na nakapaligid kay Yo, yun na ang naging inner circle niya. Yun na ang naging inner circle ni Yo. Even up to probably the final 5 or 10 episodes of the original series. Nung kinalaban na nila si How. Sila rin yun. Sila rin. So, sinaman talaga nila si Yo sa paglaban niya kay How nun. Okay? So, those group of shamans around Yo in the opening credits, that is his inner circle. So, what we're seeing now is how his inner circle is developing around him. Ayan, ito naman si Ren. For at least 2 episodes na, we've seen his character develop. Very important. Right? Very important yan. Kasi, if Ren is the yin, Yo is the yang. As explained in their fight before, kailan mo yun? Episode 8 or 9, mga ganon. Yan. They balance each other out. Say yin and yang. Combine them, balance is achieved. Kaya, their character developments will complement each other. As this, well, it did during the original series. And I truly believe that in the reboot, same thing will happen. Right? Which is beautiful. Okay? Which makes Shaman King, Shaman King. Right? Saan nyo yan? So again, Shaman King 2021, episode 12. 2 thumbs up.
A character development type of 2 thumbs up, mga ka-lifestyle.
So, title of the next episode has been teasered. Looks like it's going to be a very interesting episode. Based on the title lang, ha? Okay? Sa B-roll naman ng for the next episode, nope, I don't trust it. Pero, in this case, mas paniniwalaan ko yung title. Alright? Bahala na kayo. Basta ako, abangan ko yung next episode na yan. And we're going to deep dive into that. Saan nyo? Alright? Basta, abang na lang. Abangers! Well, let me fill you in. Okay, let me guys fill you in. Shin and Company are, yung nakita natin sa final scene ng episode 10, may nakasagong pa silang Legion. Right? And, most of their juggernauts got destroyed. Ang natira lang, yung kay Shin. Okay? And, well, the only casualty they had was Fido. Ayun. Nasabugan siya. So, for for Shin, he'll now be a liability to the group. So, inabandon na siya. Pero, Shin gave him a proper burial. Okay? Medyo malungkot. Okay? Doon pa lang lumulungkot na. And after some R&R in a school in another abandoned town, they press on. Pero I don't know what Shin was thinking, pero iwanan niya yung mga kasama niya dun. Okay? He even made a blockade out of those out of those rocks na kasi they're traveling by a mountainside eh. So just to simply block their way. But eventually may nakasugo pa na naman siyang Legion, tumulong din to mga kasama niyang to. And well, let's just say all of them did not make it out alive. Alright? And nalaman pala ni naramdaman ni Shin that this time for this assault naman, the Legion was after his head. Siyang yung utak naman niya ang tinatarget ngayon ng Legion. So, well, I hate to say this, but for the Legion, it's mission accomplished. Alright? Then, while all this was happening, of course, in typical 86 fashion, Lena visited their former stronghold. So, yun nga. May may natagpuan pala siyang sulat na galing sa mga 86 na hinandle niya. Ayun. Pinapabayan na sa kanya yung iniwan nilang pusa dun. So, yeah. Inadapt naman niya. And we also found out here that despite while being there in the front lines, she was under house arrest pala. Alright? She was under house arrest. So, kumbaga, she was in direct violation of her house arrest nung pumunta siya doon. So, well, that makes her technically a deserter as well. Alright? Final scene. It's actually a post-credit, well, in which 86 is really good at now. Okay? Which 86 is good at. Shows parang sinundo na si Shin ng kanyang kuya. And sabi niya, let's go then. Wow. Okay. The final sequence is Shin's lifeless body without its head. With its head blotted out. So, well, I'm gonna explain later, okay? That was the final scene of this anime. Okay? Overall, one of the saddest finales this anime season. Okay? I got a bit disappointed because the end wasn't shocking. It was sad. Alright? Parang in-expect na natin lahat na gano'n na mangyayari kila Shin. Pace. Yeah? Tama lang yung pacing. I literally my brain literally woke up when Shin did that. Yung bigla na lang niyang tatakasan yung mga kasama niya just to face the Legion alone. Alright? So the opening scene was fast-paced kasi talagang nakasagupa nila ang Legion. Then it slowed down. Then it suddenly picked the pace up again nung ginawa ni Shin yun. After that, they finished 2/3 of the episode at that pace. Then, Lena's time came. Yung Lena's airtime came. Mind you guys, this was her first appearance since episode 9. Okay? First appearance ito since episode 9. And the slowness of that really captured the really interpreted how ominous things are now. Okay, Lena now has a good idea of what happened to them na. Okay, and probably where she should go to retrace their steps. Okay, mukhang yun ang gagawin niya. Alright, you see that, you saw that look on her face. Right? Okay. I'm gonna explain that through the flow. Okay. Now, first gear ship is of course A1 Pictures clearly showed us what really happened to Fido. Okay. Yun ang the opening scene is actually the first gear ship. So just to clear that up and be over and done with. Okay? So, yun nga. Wala na si Fido. Second gear ship is of course when, wow, talaga nagulat ako eh. When Shin created that blockade for his comrades para, well, sending them a message not to follow him anymore. Siya na mag-isa ang sasagupa sa Legion. Alright? Well, whatever Legion juggernauts he may encounter along the way. Kumbaga, clearing a path for them. Kung sakali. Alright? I don't know. Total, it's already a death sentence for them eh. So, kasiguro ni Shin, he might as well go down fighting. Okay? Eh, ganun din ang mindset ng mga iba niyang kasama. So, sinundan siya with only rifles in their hands, with only guns, handguns, or yung mga rifles na dala nila. So, yep. They went down fighting. Okay? And final gear shift is of course when Lena stood on those train tracks. Mukhang, yan, like I said a while ago, mukhang alam na niya kung paano i-retrace yung steps nila Shin. Where she should go. She has a pretty good idea now. So, probably a sign for another season. Or, may teaser pa. Okay, may teaser pa. Probably, doon itutuloy. Okay? But, wow. Pace, flow, and plot. Okay? Let's talk about the plot nga pala. Sorry. Plot. Planchado. Okay? Planchado ang plot. But, in a way, malinis siya. Kasi yung sinunod pa rin yung continuity. Okay? It's what we call continuity. Kasi yung while Shin and company were going down fighting, this was happening in their former base. Nandun na si Lena. Okay? To their logistics officer's surprise, a handler is there. Okay? It's the first time he's ever seen a handler on the front lines. Okay, so the episode was still focused on the fates of Shin's group. Okay? Doon pa rin naka-focus yung story ng finale. Although it was from different points of view. In typical 86 fashion, kumbaga. So, from Shin's point of view, and of course, from Lena's point of view. Okay. So, we really had to know what's going on from both sides of this entire anime. Nasunod pa rin. So, kumbaga naka-focus pa rin yung audience doon sa continuity na yun. So, yeah, in a way, you can see na malinis also. Pero, 60% planchado siya. 60% planchado. It's pretty organized kasi when you're presenting a story from two sides, you really have to rack your brain just to keep it within the flow. Ganun lang yan eh. Right? So, yeah. 60% planchado ang finale. 40% malinis. Kasi yung nga, like I said a while ago, yung continuity naka-focus pa rin, na-focus pa rin nila sa continuity ng finale. So, yeah. It all resulted in for me, one of the saddest endings this anime season. Alright? And the plot really made me realize that, well, Shin's brain is now Legion property. They cannot put that in a shepherd. They cannot put that as a shepherd's AI. Katulad ng nangyari sa kuya niya. Right? It's really sad. Talagang nalungkot ako when the finale ended. Grabe. Now in Lena's case naman, she's under house arrest. Siguro hindi alam ng hindi alam ng Central Command na pumunta siya doon sa front lines. Right? Still, exercise their influence as a handler. Okay? Grabe. Nakakulong na nga kasi under house arrest nga eh. Essentially, nakakulong na siya, si Lena. But, she told everybody, okay? She told the audience in the final episode that she will still fight for this. No matter what happens. Okay? She will fight until her fate is upon her. Yun ang kumbaga, not exactly her exact words, but essentially ganun ang sinabi niya. Okay. To end her part of the anime. All right. Mata ko. Okay. So, 86 finale. Deserve 2 thumbs up. Okay. Hindi ako makapag-celebrate kasi wow. Okay. This has been an anime that has raised the issue of racism to a whole new level. Okay. It's probably one of the most socially conscious animes in recent memory because it dealt with the issue of racism. Of course, in its own way. Kasi right here, in 86, kung 86 ka, or tae ka, okay, you're garbage. You're a pig, as the Albas would call them. But hindi lahat ng Alba ay racist. Okay? There are some Albas na talagang who are sympathetic of the who are either empathic or sympathetic of the 86. Yan, si Lena, the female lead, and Shin's logistics officer, he revealed in this finale that he is an Alba. Kaya pala siya naka-shades parati. That will essentially give away his true identity. Ito, yung buhok niya, pinakulay lang niya yun. Para hindi makalata yung mga 86 na, yung mga ibang 86 na napupunta sa command nila, na Alba siya. Pero, sinasabi naman, like in his conversation with Lena, sinasabi naman niya sa mga new recruits na Alba siya. They are free anytime to kill him. So far, no one hasn't. Even Shin. Okay. Even Shin or any of his remaining comrades. Okay. So, well. Whew. That was rather tough to watch. Okay. The finale. But, I'll explain later. Alright? Let's just cap off the review. So again, 86 finale. 2 thumbs up. Okay. Already sad 2 thumbs up. Title of the special edition has been teasered. Yan, all right. Maybe this anime storyline is going to have closure after all. Tinapos lang siguro yung TV anime, and they'll probably continue this as either I don't know, kasi hindi ko pa naman na-check sa I haven't checked it online eh. It's either an OVA or a big screen movie. Okay. We're gonna find out the repercussions of this finale, right? But for now, thank you 86. Okay, thank you for raising consciousness in racism, Right? Contender to for Lifestyle 10. Sabi ko sa inyo. Contender siya for Lifestyle 10. Wow! Kung ano pala yung treatment ng sa mga dolls when it comes to what you call this? Yung scorch possession, yun din ang gamot dito sa dark drink na to. Right? Just have the living doll drink lots of water. Or katulad ng pinakita ni John, well, just repeatedly knock your living doll's senses. Okay? Until they go down, wake up, and be themselves again. Right? Medyo outrageous yung method ni John, okay? But the young shadows have come to an agreement that, well, they've all been wronged, especially the dolls. And now, Emilico is missing. Kaya nagsanib puwersa na ang mga young shadows dito just to find Emilico. Alright? So, wow. Daming ano? Final scene. Well, ayun nga. The young shadows are now a united front. Okay? They're now a united front. In, well, their most immediate, their most pressing matter right now is where Emilico is. Hahanapin nila kagad ngayon si Emilico. So, wow. Okay. I never thought it would get more disturbing than this. Right? I'm gonna explain it ARD style. Alright? Pace. Okay? Tama, justified yung slow pace ng episode na to. Bakit? Because if it were moderate to fast, we wouldn't get how disturbing, how diabolical the top floor shadows are. Talagang, well, Kate has figured it out completely na. Okay? This is how smart Kate is. Kumukuha nga ng mga bata sa mga villages ang upper level shadows. Pinaiinom nila ng abo ng Lord Grandfather. So, it has the same effect as the living dolls. They suddenly develop this insane loyalty to the Lord Grandfather. 3 batang pinainom ngayong episode na to. So, in exchange for their suit, for the shadow suit, the villagers are willing to sacrifice their children. Pumili lang si, well, one of them is Ryan. Okay? Yeah, the douchebag shadow known as Ryan. One of them. Isa siya sa mga pumili sa 3 bagong isasama bilang living dolls. 3 ang kinuha nila. Walang kahirap-hirap sumama sa kanila. And now, they'll soon become living dolls themselves. We would not totally get the idea of how diabolical, okay, how disturbing the upper level shadows are. Kaya, tama ang pace. Correct na swak ang pace sa istorya ng episode na to. Flow naman. First gear shift is of course Kate finally figuring out a way to make Emilico snap out of it. Pinainom lang niya ng maraming tubig. Akala mo may sakit sa kidney na kailangan kagad i-flush out. well, essentially, that's what happened to Emilico. Kaya, well, she's Emilico again. Yay! You gotta cheer for Emilico, alright? She's the sweet, loving doll we've come to know and love again, alright? She no longer has that disturbing look on her face. So, pero, after that, nawala siya. Kate paid a visit to her quarters only to see na she's nowhere to be found. Okay, siyempre, maa-alarma si Kate. Living doll niya ito. And, kalalabas lang niya out of that funk that dark drink gave her. Wow. Alright? Second gear shift is when, well, the fist fight between John and Sean. John didn't want to listen for a while to Kate. So he just figured out a way to make Sean snap out of it. Hindi nagsuntukan sila. Sabi niya, that's the real Sean. Until they punched each other's lights out. Ayun. Sean is Sean again. Yung nga lang nagtasikan ng mga dugo nila, right? Even a Shadow's blood is colored black. Suit din na lumalabas. Alright? Suit din na lumalabas. Imbis na dugo. Wow. That was probably one of the most disturbing fist fights I've ever seen. Okay? Whether it be anime or live action. Grabe ang gear shift na yun. Of course, then, final gear shift is of course the final scene. Yan. Nagkasundo na ang mga young shadows. They need to get to the bottom of this. But first, they must look for Emilico first. Right? Wow. If it weren't for these three gear shifts, this would probably be a sleeper of an episode. Tell you the truth. Right? This would probably be a sleeper of an episode. Pero, mantakin nyo, these three gear shifts will play a role in the final 2 episodes of this anime. That's the way I see it. Right? Because what? Emilico. Huwag ka mukha kasi. Kate and John have found ways to neutralize the effects of the dark drink. Okay? They found ways. Now, meron din na reveal dito. Si Luis, she now has that, her suit ability pertains to mind control. Right? Dinemonstrate pa niya rito. And she used Lu as sample. Sinample na pa niya sarili niyang living doll. Ayun, sumunod. Now, the Lord Grandfather's suit is still in Lu's body. They really need a way to get that out para makatulong din si Lu. Right? So they either have Lu drink so much water until she's waterlogged, until she's so waterlogged she'll snap out of it, or ito suggestion ko lang ha, either Luis slaps her silly, slaps her repeatedly. That's the violent way kasi there's a violent way and there's a non-violent way. So they should make a choice. So plot naman malinis, right? Malinis ang plot. No side stories, no sleeper moments. Walang kakuskus balungos sa episode na to. Talagang Cloverworks made us focus on the issue at hand. Right? On primarily Kate's discovery. Diabolical. Right? Talagang woo! Shades of the Promised Neverland, of course. Shades of the Promised Neverland. Ito, I was having those Promised Neverland feels when I was watching that. Yung scene where Kate is explaining to Emilico of what probably happened to her. Wow. Okay. Cloverworks din ang gumawa sa Promised Neverland eh. So they're showing shades of that classic anime right here in Shadow's house. Kaya if you're a fan of the Promised Neverland, I tell you guys, maaalala nyo ang Promised Neverland sa episode na to ng Shadow's house because of the plot. Galing. Alright? Talagang natutukan ko ng husto ang episode na to. And Cloverworks really made sure of that. So, another great episode from this anime. Alright? Sabi nga ng isang co-streamer ko sa Twitch eh, if it's from Cloverworks, she will watch it. So that's how reputable an animation studio Cloverworks is. So, Shadow's House episode 11. Isip-isip pa. 2 thumbs up. Alright? 2 thumbs up. Now, returning to Cloverworks. Okay? I guess they were referring to how they they're sort of riding on the success of the Promised Neverland eh. And it's now showing in Shadow's house. Right? Although na season 1 of the Promised Neverland had 16 episodes. Ito hanggang 13 lang. So they really need to show I think they're just aching to show their track record through this anime. Okay lang. Alright? Because for me, Shadow's House is just as disturbing as the Promised Neverland. Pero the disturbing, unlike in the Promised Neverland, Shadow's House displayed its disturbing self. Siguro probably from episode 4. Yan. Kasi sa Promised Neverland, pilot pa lang, something disturbing already happened eh. But here, they have to wait 4 episodes. Okay? Kasi they are probably imparting to the audience that there are secrets the shadows are keeping that have been tightly guarded for centuries. Na talagang airtight. Talagang airtight yung pagkasikreto. And once this comes out, asahan nyo, a revolution is going to happen. Like, gulo mangyayari. So, that's probably, well, we've all seen kanina, in that episode that Edward wasn't the one who abducted Emilico, but an unknown character na kasing taas niya. Napagkamalan lang ni Luis na si Edward yon. Kasi siguro yung laylayan ruffled din. Just like what Edward's usually wearing. So, mistaken identity, automatic. Okay, matik. But in reality, it was I don't think that's a veiled doll. Kasi shadow siya eh. Ni outline ng ni puti ng mata hindi mo makikita eh. Or yung galaw ng labi. Nope. That's a shadow. And I don't know what's her deal with Emilico. Right? So we really need to know in the last 2 episodes kung ano ang role ng babaeng ito. Right? Is she will she be an ally or will she be another foe to overcome? Okay? Because, well, right now, medyo malaki ang babanggay nila Kate. Okay? It's the Lord Grandfather himself. Kasi siya ang source ng ng dark drink na to eh. At sinabi na rin ni Emilico mismo, in episode 10, the Lord Grandfather is the source of all this evil. Those are harsh words to utter when you're a young shadow. Alright? Those are considering. Alright, so this will probably be a very interesting final 2 episodes. Okay? Ganda. So again, Shadow's House, episode 11. 2 thumbs up.
And disturbing 2 thumbs up, mga ka-lifestyle.
So, title of the next episode has been teased. Hanggang doon lang muna. Ayoko munang magsalita tungkol sa title ng or anything about the teasers kasi because number 1, I don't trust it. And number 2, baka hindi kayo tumutok. Alright?
Final 2 episodes na ng Shadow's House.
Hindi nyo ba matututukan? Grabe kayo.
Wow. All right. A miracle has happened. Well, we almost lost Draken in this episode, okay? But he pulled through. He survived Kiyomasa's attack. And well, ang laking pasasalamat ng buong Tokyo Manji Gang kay Takemichi. First, for just saving Dragon and well, actually standing up for him. Okay. Grabe. Never have I seen a gang of delinquents so thankful for someone. Okay. Talagang, right? And it's also the first time we saw Mikey actually be human. He has a crying scene here. Believe it or not. Invincible Mikey cried. Yep. That's you don't see that every day. Okay? You don't see that every episode. Talagang naging concerned siya sa buhay ni Draken. After all, Draken helped found Toman. Okay. And well, all that ends well. Final scene. Takemichi is back in his own time, pero ang laki ng pagbabago. Akon is now is on his way to having a hairstyling career. At ito namang si Takemichi, tears of joy na naman. That thing never gets old. Okay, never gets old. And well, biglang tumawag si Naoto using a new number, and well, he's asking Takemichi to come with him see his sister. Wow, buhay pa si Hina. Yes. Yay. Ewan ko bakit ako kinilig bigla ngayon. Right? His old flame is still alive. So, yun, medyo nagulat si Takemichi doon. Okay, that was the final scene. You can't be sad for the guy this time. Overall, it's a fucking good episode. Alright? It's a fucking good episode. Base. Well, first, the opening scene, of course, the nag-aagaw, the scenes where nag-aagaw buhay talaga si Draken. He actually had a cardiac arrest while he was in the ambulance. So talagang, whoa. Okay, mukhang magkakatotoo na biglang tumigil ang puso niya eh. So that was tense, okay? That was really tense. Even up to the time they were all in the waiting room waiting for the result of the surgery. Talagang, kahit si Mikey talagang, wow, napaiyak siya rito talaga sa tuwa nung nalaman niya na Draken will be alright. Kahit siya napaiyak sa tuwa eh. Okay. So, then, of course, it slowed down. Then, well, a little funny moment. Takemichi was sulking in his what you call this? Sulking in the bragging rights that he just got. Kasi kalat na sa buong distrito nila na he was the one who saved Draken and the Tokyo Manji gang in the process. Okay. So siyempre sikat. Eto namang si Draken, pinisita niya sa ospital, binasag ang trip niya. Oh my god. You can never get enough of basag trip moments in anime like that. Talagang it's what endears anime to Pinoys. Yung mga what you call this? What we call this what I call the basag trip moments, right? When you're a Filipino, it will really make you break out into at least a smile. Okay, talaga matatawa ka. So, and the slow pace continued on until the final scene. Okay, I couldn't consider, hindi ko makita na, I couldn't consider the final scene as being fast-paced kasi everything's going smoothly now for Takemichi and everyone around him. Okay, now we still don't know what happened to what are kung ano yung status ngayon ng Toman, especially sila Draken at Mikey. Okay, so maganda yung pace. Okay, I like the pacing of this episode. Talagang it went slice of life. I think 2/3. Okay, 2/3 of it was totally slice of life. Talagang you would celebrate Toman's victory with it. You would celebrate Toman's victory. Okay, you would actually root for Draken here kasi talagang wow. Takemichi really went to great lengths just to keep him alive, right? In that he now has that stab wound here. Yung sinaksak siya ni Kiyomasa sa kamay, he still has that when he went back to his time. Nandun pa yung pilat, right? Nandun pa. So yeah, those are the only yeah, that's probably the only gear shift I saw. Yung tawag nito. Di pa nga pala natin napapag-usapan yung flow. Sorry. So, let's talk about it. Well, first gear shift is of course when Draken had that cardiac arrest while he was being rushed to the hospital. Siyempre code red ang mga paramedics. Okay? They were trying to revive him. Even up to the time he was he was in the emergency room. Yun ang unang concern nila. They need to stabilize his heart before performing anything. So, siguro, yun ang nangyari. Then, the surgery on his stab wound was successful. Okay. So, second gear shift was, the basag trip moment. Alright? The basag trip moment between Takemichi and Draken. Talagang natawa ko doon eh. Okay. Talagang binasag ni Draken yung trip ni Takemichi. Oh my god, grabe. And the final gear shift came when ayun nga, was during that final scene nung tinawagan ni Naoto si Takemichi using a number unfamiliar to the main protag. So, sinabi niya na, halika, puntahan natin yung kapatid ko. And well, you can see that somewhat mixed emotions look on Takemichi's face. Well, alam natin na siguro tuwang-tuwa ito kasi Hina is still alive. Okay? Hina is still alive. Those 3 gear shifts will play a role in future episodes. Okay, that's the way I see it. Lalo na yung second gear shift, yung basag trip moment. Yeah, because during that gear shift, pinabigay ni Mikey kay Draken yung kanyang unang Toman jacket kay Takemichi. As a thank you gift. Ganun kalaki ang pasasalamat niya kay Takemichi for saving Draken. Alright. Now, ang tanong, will Takemichi wear that jacket? Because, well, if that gear shit didn't happen, we wouldn't formulate this theory that, I think eventually he's going to wear that jacket. Because you see in the key visual right here, he's wearing that there. And in the opening and closing credits, he was wearing that. So it'll be a WTF moment when we actually see Takemichi wear that. Ibig sabihin nun, kasali na siya sa Tokyo Manjigang. That'll be a sight to see. So, like I told you guys, all 3 gear shifts that I saw in this episode will play a role in future episodes. Lalo na, we're almost done with the first half of this anime's run. Episode 11 na. Tokyo Revengers is a 24 episode run. So, we're just waiting for next week. Right? Kaya ang kukul ng mga gear shifts this episode. Plot-wise, malinis again. Right? It's probably not this anime style to get into side stories. It just wants to let the audience know what is going on in that particular episode. Di baling some people would find it dragging as long as the focus is there. Alright. Now, for 11 episodes now, Tokyo Revengers is keeping me glued. Okay? Keeping me glued to it. Talagang yung focus andun eh. No walang kuskus balungos, no sleeper moments whatsoever. I've yet to get a sleeper moment from this anime, mind you. Alright? Ganong kalinis ang plot ng bawat episode. This episode is no exception. Okay. Well, we just saw another great episode from this anime. It's getting the hype it deserves. Okay. Tokyo Revengers is the real deal. So, Tokyo Revengers, episode 11. Wow. Ngayon lang ako napa-whisper uli. Because, that was an awesome episode. Okay. I am so glad Draken is safe. I am so glad Takemichi was able to accomplish his mission. And well, for the first time, we saw Invincible Mikey cry. Because, well, his first best friend almost died in this episode. Muntik nang mamatay si Draken dito. And well, before thanking Takemichi in this episode, he wondered na bakit ganun ka underhand. Why did Mobius resort to underhanded tactics just to break Toman down, just to take the Tokyo Manji gang down? Kinontsaba pa si Pe, kinontsaba si Kiyomasa, at saka yung buong faction ni Kiyomasa na yun. Yung nakasagupan nila Takemichi. Yeah. The stabbing incident. Yeah. And he was even wondering kung bakit naka-anticipate lahat ni Takemichi yun. But, well, Mikey was quick to brush it off and just thank Takemichi for saving his best friend. Alright, probably, well, before the Tokimanji gang, Draken was his only friend actually. You've seen Draken's backstory, right? In all indications from that. Yeah, Draken was his only friend at that time. And now, well, he has Takemichi. So, hindi ko na maalis sa isip ko kung yung sinabi ni Hanma, yung nakalaban niya from Mobius, they're actually forming a new biker gang called Valhalla. At yung direktang nakalaban ni Mikey rito is the first vice commander. At bilantahan pa si Mikey that as long as Valhalla is around, Toman will never know peace. Alright? From a gang as scary as from a gang leader as scary as si Hanma. Yung Hanma ba yun? Napapaisip talaga si Mikey. Napapaisip talaga. So you gotta wonder where Tokyo Revengers will go from this point on. And we haven't seen, and we're not even in the halfway point of the run, which is episode 12. Alright. In all indications, I think we're in for a more exciting second half, right? Although we haven't seen episode 12 yet, but who gives a shit, right? Tututukan pa rin natin yan. So again, Tokyo Revengers episode 11 deserves another mic drop. Well, as usual, no teasers. You know what? I can't wait for conventions to happen again, anime conventions, because I really want to get a Toman jacket, right? Na nakalagay either Takemichi, Mikey, or Draken. Alright? That I would look cool in one. No, gandang merch yun. Toman jacket. Kano kaya yung ganun, ano? But anyway, tutukan natin the next episode, alright?
Wow! Grabe! Alright. So, carried over ito from the previous episode. Okay? So, wow. Alright? It is a duel befitting of a season finale. Okay? Yun ang una ko masasabi. So, well, intense yung duel. Alright? And we're going to expound on this later on. Okay? Intense yung duel. while all of this was going on, Yuga and Neil were actually trying to reinstall the Rush Duel format sa central server ng Goha. Now, eventually, Luke wins against Yuga again. Ay, sorry. Luke beats Yuga again. Okay, so ang standing ni Luke against Yuga, paano to? 2-0. So, up to now, well, Yuga is yet to beat Luke. Okay? So, but this time, he really wanted to win this. Okay? Yuga really wanted to win this. Kaya medyo, tawag dito, medyo nagdabog siya. Alright? Talagang, he looked like a sore loser. He looked like a sore loser nung natapos na yung duel. He really looked like a sore loser. But, eventually, they were able to reinstall the Rush Duel format. Kasi, sinasabay nila yung pag-uninstall ni Otis. Para hindi, siguro, para hindi mapansin. Diba? Para hindi mapansin. Now, all this is ended without everybody knowing what Otis's true motives were. Wala! Of course, the champions now is Team Luke. Pero good sport naman din in the end si ang Team Yuga. Good sports in the end din. Now, Otis is nowhere to be found again. Okay? At hindi natin alam kung ano yung talagang dahilan niya kung bakit niya ginawa yun. Right? Final scene. Ano to mga alien? Ano to mga alien? Well, one thing is for sure. This is the season 1 finale. Right? It absolutely felt that way. Overall, it's a fucking good season finale. Right? It's the type of season finale only Yu-Gi-Oh! Can deliver. Alright? If you know ba naman, pace. The pace, well, by Yu-Gi-Oh! Standards, it's fast kasi there was a duel there. There was a duel here that was really intense. Okay? Talagang ubusan ng life points sila Yuga at Luke dito. Right? You can the air was so thin, right? The air was so thin in this episode. Okay? So, everyone is tense in the arena. Well, ako medyo na-tense ako nung pinapanood ko eh. Okay? One is thinking victory over the other. One has assured victory over the other. Until, well, eventually, Luke wins. Okay? So, maganda yung pacing. Okay? Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! Pacing. Yan ang madi-describe ko sa pacing ng episode na to. Vintage Yu-Gi-Oh! Pacing. Plot. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Flow naman. Okay, first gear shift is of course first gear shift is when ni-resume, hindi naman kunyari, talagang nangyari. Ni-resume nila Luke at Yuga yung duel. Kasi nalaman na ng buong arena that the reason for this tournament is for the uninstalling of Rush Duels. Ngayon, kung itutuloy, nag-aalangan sila Yuga at Luke kung itutuloy pa nila to. Because when this is all over, Rush Duels are gone. Pero sabi ni Yuga, whether or not this duel ends, the Rush Duel format will still be uninstalled. Pero, when the duel resumes, meron siyang kinalikot dito, meron siyang pinindot dito. Na parang gumanon eh. Okay? For me, that's a gear shift. Okay? I'll explain later. Second gear shift is of course when Team Luke wins. Okay? When specifically when Luke delivers the final move of the turn, finishes his final turn, yung pala, may nakakasa pala sa trap card that can only be activated, of course, parang during the battle phase. Wala na sa monster. Nung natanggalan siya ng monster, doon niya inactivate. Nasama niya agad si Dragears. Alright? So, how ironic. Yuga's only remaining monster was 7th-Lord Magician. So, yung kanilang, their two original aces faced off. Pero, alam natin lahat, 7th-Lord Magician as it is, mababa attack. But, Dragears' attack as it is, mataas. So, boom! Talo si Yuga. But, after the duel, ni-reveal ni Yuga na then all of a sudden, the Rush Duel format was successfully reinstalled. Okay, doon na sinabi ni Yuga na him and Neil have been working in the background to reinstall the Rush Duel format. Of course, with Kaizo's help, syempre, coerced by Yuga. Ang laki ng atraso niya kay Yuga syempre, ang laki ng atraso niya So, he had no choice but to help Yuga again reinstall the Rush Duel format. So, yun, ni-reveal na ni Yuga. Yun. Kaizo is the main comic relief here, okay? Kaizo is the main comic relief now. So, final gear shift is of course pinakita yung Rush Duel robot na parang carved out of lunar land lang. Ngayon, talagang robot na siya. Talagang robot na siya. Ang ginawa pala ni Neil, while they were reinstalling the Rush Duel format, he gathered some space debris, pinagkabit-kabit, ayun, lumabas, Rush Duel robot. Now, the Rush Duel format is more robust at mas secure na ang holding facility niya. Yun mismo, yung robot na yun. Okay? That's, until pumasok na sa final scene yung parang spaceship na gano'n, tapos may pinakita pang 6 na nilalang na shadow figures. So, we don't know who they really are. Okay? So, the question now lies, if it weren't for that gear shift, we wouldn't have this, teaser for season 2. Sila ba'y bagong kalaban o bagong kakampi? Alright? So, that's what we're going to find out when season 2 begins next week as of this recording. Alright? So, if it weren't for that gear shift, di natin malalaman. So, the first 2 gear shifts played a role in the finale. But the final one, it will play a role in season 2. Okay, that's the way I see it. Kasi, okay, if you're the bad guy, if you're the villain in Yu-Gi-Oh! Sevens, ang tatanungin mo sa sarili mo, paano ko titibagin ngayon ang Rush Duel format? Now that it has a more secure holding facility. Aside from it being on the moon. Okay? Yun ang number 1 challenge doon kasi nasa buwan. You need to have a spaceship to go there to actually destroy it. Okay? So, yun ang magiging burning question ngayon pagpasok sa season 2. If you're the villain, of course. Plot naman, malinis. Right? Nearly the entire episode focused on that duel. Kasi, doon ako sa lalay Halos, yun ang akala ng mga tao. Okay? Yun ang akala ng mga tao. Well, actually, akala ng mga tao, this will be the last Rush Duel. Hence the title. So, well, I think Yuga and Neil need the people to believe that. So, para para medyo ma-distract sila. even Goha. They need a really big distraction. So, wow. Okay. What more way to distract an audience than with an intense final duel? And everybody knows that it's the last rush duel. Yun ang akala natin. Right? So, malinis ang plot. Okay? Talaga naman dapat malinis ang plot because you don't have to it's the season finale. You do not have to put side stories anymore. It's a culmination of the entire season right here. Okay? So, pace, flow, and plot, they were almost unidentifiable. Well, I'm having a hard time doing this review. Halata ba? It's because pace, flow, and plot were almost indistinguishable to each other. Talagang seamless siya. Which brought us this season finale. Galing. So, Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's episode 52. Gisipe. 2 thumbs up. Alright? 2 thumbs up. Now, pag-usapan naman natin ang magiging second season ng Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's. Okay. What we know for season 2 is that there's a new OP which will debut next week. Of course, when season 2 starts, that's also the start of the new OP. That's the time they'll also use the new OP. Okay. So, based on the final scene, tanong natin uli, kalaban ba tong anim na to na pinakita? Okay? Kalaban ba ito? Bago ba kalaban ito? And will they be a problem enough for both Team 7's and Goha? Ganon ba sila kalakas? Okay, that so powerful that it will force Team 7's and Goha to work together. We don't know yet. Right? Kasi next week, well, as of this recording, next week pa ang season 2. Right? So, anong dapat natin gawin? Abangers! Especially you Yu-Gi-Oh fans, okay? Yu-Gi-Oh fans and players, ha? Yu-Gi-Oh fans and players, wag nyong kakaligtan, ha? Season 2 is next week. Alright? So, let's just wait. Alright? So, again, Yu-Gi-Oh 7's episode 52. 2 thumbs up. Pweh. My hair is always at my mouth. 2 thumbs up. So, well, next, well, the season 2 pilot has been teasered. Ang gulo eh. Well, one thing is for sure, Luke is going to bask in his glory. Because, well, he now has every right to call himself the Duel King. Okay? Una sa lahat, 2 beses na tinatalo ang creator ng Rush Duels, si Yuga. Of course, nag-champion ng team nila sa itong katatapos na tournament. So, whether we like it or not, we will see that in the season 2 pilot. Roll pa rin natin, alright? Look can be a comic relief sometimes.
Wow! Well, William has launched the final problem wherein he gets to kill all the aristocrats in this hit list of his. At mukhang inapprove na ni Albert. Alright. Well, he goes on a killing spree. And he actually declares himself to be the Lord of Crime. Talagang sinabi niya sa British media that William James Moriarty is the Lord of Crime. Talagang nagpakilala na siya. Well, meanwhile, Sherlock walks away scot-free from what he just did. Kasi, his own brother, si Director Wincroft Holmes, yan, yung mismong director ng Scotland Yard, ang nag-fill in sa kanya. Because, according to Kuya, he circumstantially committed the perfect crime. Bakit? Number one, Milverton's body hasn't been found yet. Number two, the house, a potentially treasure trove of evidence, is gone. Di ba nga nasunog? Sinilaban niya. And well, number three, there were no witnesses to corroborate his own statement. Kaya, well, the British government cannot actually sue him kahit aminin pa niya. Wow! Talk about a loophole in British law. Grabe! Tangin ang yan. And well, who barges in? Si Watson. Galit na galit kasi well, bakit daw siya inichapuera? Well, he's got a point. I'll explain later. I won't get to the final scene just yet. Well, because the situation is now so dire. Even the Queen Victoria herself wants Sherlock's insight on it. So pinatawag niya kay Wincroft ang kanyang, well, basically she ordered Wincroft to call his brother in. Gusto niyang kausapin. Didn't I tell you that Sherlock Holmes is the Empire's greatest detective? Yup, he now is. Final scene. It's actually a post-credit. Well, medyo nag-deviate ang Moriarty the Patriot dito. Kasi they don't do post-credits. They rarely do post-credit scenes even in season 1. So, well, this was really extra special because William and Sherlock face off again. Okay? So, sinabi ni William, tinanong ni William, are you gonna help me write the final chapter of my life? Basically, that's essentially what William is trying to say. William is trying to say to the audience, basically. Sherlock said yes, kasi before that, nakipagkita sa kanya sila Louis at Fred. They are kulang na lang lumuhod sila sa harapan ni Sherlock. They're telling him to save William, and he said yes. At sinabi pa niya paglabas sa carriage, sa karo, leave it to me. And I thought that was the final scene. Pero may sumunod pa after the post-credits. Yun, may post-credit scene. That was the final scene of this first part of a 2-part, shall we say, a series finale. Alright, I'll explain later. Overall, it's a fucking good episode again. Grabe. Wow. I had those road to the finale feels. Biggest road to the finale feels I've ever felt anywhere in any anime. Dito, Moriarty the Patriot, Season 2, Episode 12. Part 1 of a 2-part finale. The pacing was, well, it was rather fast kasi nagkakapatayan eh. It was tense. Okay, it was tense. Then, the situation got so dire. It got you could say Queen Victoria kasi based on the fashion trends they were exhibiting here. I say it was Victorian England eh. So even Queen Victoria herself became concerned. So yun nga, pinatawag niya kay Wincroft si Sherlock. So nag-usap sila. At syempre kasama si Watson. Nagkapatawa na naman din dalawa, alright? Moderately fast. But you got to you have to consider that a quick pace kasi like I told you before, like I told you a while ago, guys, William was already killing people himself. He has a hit list he is following a hit list. Right? Grabe. The pacing of this episode made me realize that. All of that. Flow naman. Well, first gear shift here is when the camera panned to that newspaper saying with William's picture on it, the Lord of Crime revealed. Sabi ko, patay. So, the whole of England is now against him. Even the working class. Alright. So, siguro nababagala na si William sa pace ng plano nila. So, he offered Albert an ultimate plan. He calls it the final problem. Right. So the first gear shift was proof that the final problem is now in motion. Patay na si William ng ng lantaran eh. Okay. Second gear shift is when when Sherlock and Watson got to pinatawag nga sila ni Queen Victoria, di ba? Ayun, nakapagkita sila sa reyna mismo ng England, and I'm sure the Queen really wants to know how Sherlock is going to go about this, how she wants to know the means as to how William James Moriarty will be stopped. And medyo naging concerned na rin si Wincroft kasi, well, syempre, kuya. Umiira pa rin ang magkakuya niya. In his thoughts, he said, "Don't get yourself killed, Shirley." Shirley kasi ang tao. Shirley kasi ang palayaw talaga ni Sherlock. Alright? At least that's what his brother is calling him. That's what his brother calls him. Right? So, final gear shift is, of course, the post-credit scene. Ayan na. Wow. With that face-off scene, yeah, that was tense. Right? Considering what Sherlock just went through. He got over that hump. And of course now William is on a killing spree. The timing couldn't be more impeccable. Because, well, Sherlock has finally killed someone. Now, he has to solve... he now has this situation. How do you stop William James Moriarty? How do you stop him from killing these aristocrats left and right? With actually not even Scotland Yard can do anything about it, because, well, may connection na mga Moriarty sa loob ng Scotland Yard, di ba? Si Patterson. Pero hindi nila karancho, so to speak, si Wincroft. Kasi si Mycroft pala, bakit puro Wincroft ako? Mycroft, okay? Si Mycroft. Hindi nila kakampi si Mycroft. They just informed him of what they're doing. And right now, I am very sure Mycroft doesn't agree with all of this. Kaya, siguro, he had a hand in Sherlock's early release. Kasi, Ito nga, wala nga ebidensya eh. Ni yung bangkay ni Milford doon, hindi nga makakita eh. So paano ka magkakaroon ng forensic evidence that will support Sherlock's claim that he actually killed Milford doon? Kahit aminin niya, wala namang physical evidence eh. Walang kaso. Siguro yun ang ipinaintindi niya probably kay Patterson. Paano mo kakasuhan ng kapatid ko? Wala nga ebidensya. Wala nga tayo makuha ng ebidensya. So, you can't file a case against him. Even in modern crime, okay? Even in modern criminal law, there's no body, there's no evidence. Simple as that. Kaya napalaya na kagad si Sherlock. Now, Sherlock has that free hand because he now has the Queen's endorsement. He now has the Queen's blessing. Alright? Final problem requires a final solution. So, in all indications from these 3 gear shifts, they will play a role in probably what is part 2 of not just the season finale, but the series finale. I'll explain later. Plot muna tayo. Malinis. Although, maraming pinakitang scenes from season 1 and the previous episodes. Kasi, the episode is trying to recall what the Moriartys has done so far before the final problem was implemented. Right? They have downed a lot of aristocrats, corrupt na aristocrat. Okay? So sinabi nga ni William in one scene, these hands of mine have been stained for a very long time. Matagal na tayo pumapatay ng tao, Fred. He was actually talking to Fred. But these red stains will never go away. So siguro kanya pagbutihan ko na pagpatay ko. I'll just actually go after these remaining aristocrats and I'll kill them myself. Total dito para sa listahan eh. Right? The plot was that clean. Okay? Wow, my eyes kept me glued to the screen. Talagang it made me realize that I should not miss a single scene of this episode. Because whatever happens here will be a factor in the finale. Right? Actually, this is a 2-part finale. This is just part 1. Alright? So, another great episode from this anime, and well, it's part 1 of a 2-part finale. Now, I really need to confirm if Moriarty will be back for another season, but anyway, mamaya natin pag-usapan yan. So, Moriarty the Patriot, 2nd season, episode 12. You know what? I kind of get to thinking right now because based on how the final Sherlock Holmes book ended, I forgot the name of the book. Namatay sila pareho, si Sherlock at si William. But I think, yeah, Sherlock came back from the dead and nakita na siya ni Watson nakaupo na doon sa favorite chair niya, well, leisurely. Okay? leisurely sitting in his favorite chair, pondering about things. He's even smoking. Right? So, based on that, Moriarty might not get another season anymore. Kasi, well, it's the final confrontation between the Empire's greatest detective and the man who now calls himself the Lord of Crime, si William James Moriarty, the main protag of this anime, mind you. Wow, it's gonna be one slam bang finish. Although I know the end. Although I now have an idea of how it will end. Pero I probably won't say anything about it. Kasi binabase ko lang yung experience ko from the Sherlock Holmes books. Kung ano magiging ending ng anime na to. Now, I have to check out over the internet if Moriarty will be back for another season. Now, if not, I'm going to adjust the B-roll I'm going to adjust the B-roll accordingly. Don't worry, guys. All right. So, it's still up in the air whether this is a season finale or it's the series finale. All right. So again, Moriarty the Patriot second season, episode 12. Well, title of the next episode has been teasered, of course, Act Part 2. Right? So, ano magagawin natin? Tutok na lang because this anime might end next week. Right? Based on what I'm going to check out eventually. Right? If you haven't seen this anime, you are missing the fuck